The nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska's Fox Archipelago was attacked and captured by Next Generation Special Forces, being led by members of Foxhound. They're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss, and they say that if their demands are not met within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear weapon. You'll have two mission objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA Chief Donald Anderson and the president of Armstech, Kenneth Baker. Both are being held as hostages. Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to make a nuclear strike, and stop them if they do.
What's the insertion method?
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
And then?
We'll launch a one-man SDV. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim. High-Tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity. Psycho Mattis, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, a beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. And Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter. And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake?
The man with the same codename as you. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP?
Yes. This is a top-secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
Alright, let's do the briefing first. You'll notice that Campbell says a lot of what Big Boss just said at the end of Metal Gear 2.
I should have known you were behind this, Colonel.
That's no way to greet an old war buddy, Snake.
What do you want from me?
I just invited you here so we could have a talk.
Invited? That's what you call sending armed soldiers after me?
Sorry if they were a little rough with you. But we've got a serious situation here. Only you can get us out of it.
I'm retired from Foxhound. You're not my commander anymore, and I don't have to take orders from you or anyone else.
You will take these orders. I know it.
Excuse me.
Who's this?
Dr. Naomi Hunter. She's chief of Foxhound's medical staff, and an expert in gene therapy.
Are you military?
No, civilian. I've been sent here from ATGC. Pleasure to meet you, Snake. Don't worry, this injection won't hurt a bit.
What's the shot for?
What's wrong? You don't like shots?
Snake, listen up. It all went down 5 hours ago. Heavily armed soldiers occupied Shadow Moses Island, a remote island off the coast of Alaska.
What soldiers?
Next Generation Special Forces, led by members of Unit Foxhound. They've presented Washington with a single demand, and they say that if it isn't met, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
A nuclear weapon?
I'm afraid so. You see, the island is the site of a secret nuclear weapons disposal facility.
Foxhound hijacking a nuclear weapon?
Now you understand how serious the situation is. You'll have two mission objectives. First, you're to rescue the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, and the president of ArmsTech, Kenneth Baker. They're both being held as hostages.
Those are some heavy-duty hostages.
Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to launch a nuclear strike, and stop them if they do. Any questions, Snake?
Questions? I haven't even said whether I'd accept this mission.
Well, you can make up your mind after you hear more about the situation.
Any questions? Questions. Alright, so at this point, Snake wants nothing to do with any of this. So if we mimic that by, instead of playing the rest of the tapes, we just exit. We get an extra tape.
Colonel, I don't work for the government anymore. Let me go back to Twin Lakes.
Why, Snake? Is your life in Alaska all that great?
There's a dog sled race this week. Next Saturday, I have to be in Anchorage.
The Iditarod? The longest sled race in the world? When did you become a dog musher?
Right now, my 50 Huskies are my only family. I've got to take care of them.
Don't worry about your dogs.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, Snake, but this vessel is headed for the Bering Sea. There's no room for debate.
I told you, even if I do owe you, I don't owe anything to this army or this country.
You will accept this assignment.
Why should I be stupid enough to do that? I'm no patriot.
Snake, there's enough dirt in your file from your days as an agent to keep you in the stockade until you're a very old man.
Oh, I see. Blackmail.
No, Snake. I prefer to look at it as helping you come to a decision more easily. But anyway, I know you better than that. You'd take this assignment even without the threat.
Why do you say that?
You're a natural-born soldier. You're not the grow old gracefully type. It's the same for all of us who've seen real action. The only place we can feel truly alive is on the battlefield. I'm a soldier too. I know those feelings of powerlessness, frustration that you feel every day. You've tried to play the Boy Scout out there in Alaska, but you can't race dogs in the snow forever. Why don't you come back to us and be a soldier again?
You think my life is some kind of a joke?
Snake, I just want to give you back your purpose in life.
Wait, you might think he sounds like an asshole here, but remember, he's being blackmailed too to bring Snake back with Meryl, so kind of had no choice. And yeah, he reuses a lot of what Big Boss was saying to Snake at the end of Metal Gear 2. Yeah, we have no other purpose in life but war. And now we go back in. And normally I would do these in order, but I guess it doesn't matter. There is a timer in the upper left where you can see the
Tell me
order.
about the nuclear weapon disposal facility.
The disposal facility includes a hardened underground base. Even with our most advanced intelligence gathering equipment, we can't tell what's happening inside.
So someone needs to penetrate, gather intelligence, and report back. Sounds like a spy movie. What's the insertion method?
Well, an air insertion is impossible.
Not with this storm going on.
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
Approach?
Yes, within a few miles of it. The facility is equipped with sonar detection capabilities. They'd be able to hear our engine or propeller noise.
And then?
We'll launch a one-man SDV.
Launch?
Same as a torpedo, only this has no propulsion device of its own. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim.
You want me to swim in sub-zero Alaskan water?
Don't worry. That suit represents the latest advances in polythermal technology. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP?
Yes, this is a top-secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
What's the time limit?
24 hours. They say they'll launch after 24 hours.
Do they say what the target will be?
So far, they haven't mentioned the target.
When did the countdown start?
5 hours ago.
Colonel, who are you speaking for?
Naturally, I'm representing the US government.
So who's in supervisory control of this operation?
The President of the United States.
Which means that the President must be meeting with his top aides in the map room about now, huh?
No, at this point they're still video conferencing with each other.
If that's a real nuclear warhead, shouldn't they issue a COG?
Not yet. The Secretary of Defense has operational control and is fully aware of the situation. After you infiltrate, if you determine they possess nuclear launch capabilities, a COG will be issued.
Well, if they haven't relocated to the nuclear shelter under Mount Washington, I suppose there isn't that much reason to worry yet. Is the National Security Agency in on this?
Yes. So is the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency.
The DIA? I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this.
They'll be sending us some support.
We don't need desk jockeys. We need a nuclear weapons specialist.
Of course. A nuclear weapons specialist has already been assigned to us.
We need backup from a specialist. I'm just an amateur when it comes to nuclear weapons.
I know. That's why I've requested the assistance of a military analyst named Nastasha Romanenko. She'll be providing you backup by Kodak.
A female analyst?
She's built up an impressive record as an advisor for the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. Contact her if you have any questions. She's also an expert on high-tech weapons.
Where's she working from?
At her home in Los Angeles.
California. Seems like 1,000,000 miles away. Colonel, you're retired. Why are you involved in this?
Because there aren't many people who know Foxhound as well as I do.
Is that really the only reason?
I've been soldiering for a long time. I don't know anything else. I guess even though I'm getting a little old, I still love to be in the field.
Colonel, you're a lousy liar. Tell me the real reason.
Okay, Snake. Sorry. I'll be frank. A person very dear to me is being held hostage.
Who is it?
My niece, Meryl.
What was your niece doing here?
Several soldiers were reported missing the day of the revolt. And my niece was one of those called in as an emergency replacement.
She looks like you.
She's my little brother's girl. He died in the Gulf War, and since then I've been watching after her.
A personal motive, Colonel. That's not very soldierly.
I'm retired. I'm just an old man now. And I'm your friend.
Since when are we friends?
I've thought of us as friends since the fall of Zanzibar.
With my personality, I don't have too many friends.
That's what I trust about you. It's what makes you human. Please, Snake. Save my niece, Meryl.
All right. But I have two conditions.
Name them.
1, no more secrets between us. I want complete disclosure at all times. And 2, I'll only accept orders directly from you, Colonel. No cutoffs involved, okay?
Agreed. That's why I was called. But one thing.
What?
I'm not a colonel anymore. Just a retired old warhorse.
I understand, Colonel. That doctor, is she part of this operation too?
She was in charge of Foxhound's gene therapy. She knows more about those men than anyone else.
You mean you've seen them naked?
Make no mistake, I'm not a nurse. I'm a scientist.
By the way, what was that injection for?
It's a combination of nanomachines and an anti-freezing peptide so that your blood and other bodily fluids don't freeze, even at subarctic temperatures.
Nanomachines?
Not just one kind, either. There are different types which will replenish the supply of adrenaline, nutrition, and sugar in your bloodstream.
Now I don't have to worry about food.
I also put some nootropics in there.
Say what?
Nootropics. A class of drugs which will help improve your mental functioning.
It'll make me smarter, huh? Anything else?
Yes. Benzedrine. It's a type of stimulant. It'll keep you alert and responsive for 12 straight hours.
That was quite a cocktail. Anything else in there?
Those nanomachines will also keep your Codex batteries charged up.
I guess I can call you when I'm ready to go on a diet.
You're welcome.
The chief of DARPA and the president of an arms manufacturing company. What business did they have at a nuclear weapons disposal facility?
The truth is that secret exercises were being conducted at the time the terrorist group attacked.
Must be extremely important exercises if those two were directly involved. Were they testing some kind of new advanced weapon?
I'm not privy to that information.
Do we know exactly where they're being held?
The DARPA chief has also been injected with a mini transmitter. As you get closer, you should be able to pick up his location on your radar.
How many people are wondering Snake is blonde here? Today? Didn't get any today?
Do they really have the ability to launch a nuclear missile?
They say they do. They even gave us the serial number of the warhead they plan to use.
Was the number confirmed?
I'm afraid so. At the very least, they've got their hands on a real nuclear warhead.
Isn't there some kind of safety device to prevent this type of terrorism?
Yes. Every missile and warhead in our arsenal is equipped with a PAL, which uses a discrete detonation code.
PAL.
Permissive Action Link. The safety control system built into all nuclear weapons systems. But even so, we can't rest easy.
Why not?
Because the DARPA chief knows the detonation code.
But even if they have a nuclear warhead, it must have been removed from its missile. All the missiles on these disposal sites are supposed to be dismantled. It's not that easy to get your hands on an ICBM.
That used to be true. But since the end of the Cold War, you can get anything if you have enough money and the right connections.
How well armed are these terrorists? I know there was an exercise going on at the time they revolted.
They're heavily armed, I'm afraid.
What about their battle experience?
The 6 members of Foxhound in charge are all hardened veterans. They're tough enough to eat nails and ask for seconds.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Foxhound.
The others are next-generation special forces. They're not your average grunts either.
Happy, thank you so much for the 67 months with you. I don't know who's being more ironic here, but just to make sure Snake is not blonde in this. It's the style. Oh god. I don't want to have this discussion. I don't know why I'm walking into it myself.
A person's remains.
Remains?
That's right. To be more accurate, cell specimens which contain the individual.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who are confused about it.
Cell specimens? Why would they want that?
The terrorists need them. You see, these next-generation special forces have been strengthened through gene therapy.
Strengthened?
You've heard of the Human Genome Project. They've been mapping the human genome, and they're nearly finished. Following up on this research,
You're
the
interviewing
military
Liquid.
has been working towards identifying those genes which are responsible for making effective soldiers.
There are genes that do that?
Yes. And using gene therapy, they're able to transplant those genes into regular soldiers.
Gene therapy?
I'll explain this part. With gene therapy, we can remove those genes which we know may lead to sickness or disease, and at the same time splice in genes with beneficial effects, such as resistance to cancer, for example.
In other words, we can overcome all sorts of genetic diseases, and at the same time add genetic characteristics as desired.
Okay. And so if you knew what genes were responsible for making the perfect soldier, you could implant them in the same way, right?
Yes, we could.
But it all depends on being able to isolate and identify those soldier genes.
And in order to do that, it's helpful if you can study the genomic information of one of the greatest soldiers ever.
You mean Big Slosh.
One of the greatest soldiers ever?
The man they call the greatest warrior of the 20th century.
You don't mean Big Boss.
That's right. We've been working feverishly to identify the genes responsible for his incredible combat skill. So far, we've discovered about 60 of the so-called soldier genes.
So his body was recovered after all.
Yes, and his cells have remained frozen in a cryo chamber. His genomic information is a priceless treasure to mankind.
Priceless to the military, perhaps.
His body was burned severely, but it was possible to restore his DNA profile from just a single strand of his hair.
You people are amazing. And then you're gonna transplant those genes into soldiers?
Yes. We'll use a process that I discovered called gene targeting. The strongest soldiers don't become what they are by acquiring their skills through training or experience. We now know that hereditary factors are far more crucial for creating superior soldiers.
Snake, we can't give them his body. It's potentially more dangerous than all the nuclear warheads on that island put together.
I hear the terrorists are calling themselves the Sons of Big Boss.
The Sons of Big Boss? Tell me about these next-generation special forces.
They started out as an anti-terrorist special ops unit, made up of former members of biochem units, technical escort units, and the nuclear emergency search team. Their purpose was to respond to threats involving next-generation weapons of mass destruction, including NBC weapons.
Until they were added, that is.
Who's they?
These guys didn't start out as regular army.
Looks like a pretty international group. Mercenaries?
Yeah, and it gets worse. Most of them were from a merc agency that I think you're familiar with. They were part of Big Boss's private guard. And after Big Boss went down, the military just bought out all their contracts.
Outer heaven.
After that, they were merged with our own VR unit, Force 21, and retrained. If you ask me, these so-called next-generation special forces should be called simulated soldiers. They have no real battle experience.
Video game players, huh?
Don't forget they've all been strengthened with gene therapy. They carry genes which make them excellent soldiers. Don't get careless just because they don't have much experience.
I thought using genetically modified soldiers was prohibited by international law.
Yes, but those are just declarations, not actual treaties.
The interesting thing is that nearly every member of the unit conspired in this attack.
How could an entire unit be subverted to rebellion?
They're calling it a revolution.
Since they all went through the same gene therapy, they probably felt closer than brothers. They see the unit as their only family.
The Sons of Big Boss. But if they were regular army, they must have been interviewed periodically by army counselors.
According to their files, they all got straight A's on their psychological tests. They all seemed like fine, upstanding, patriotic soldiers.
But they all took part in the uprising?
No, several people didn't show up on the day of the exercise. That's why there was a resupply of troops.
Was there any sign recently that something might be wrong?
There was a report a month ago that they were acting strangely.
Apparently they consulted classified information about the soldier genes and performed their own gene therapy experiments.
They can do that even without you?
Well, our gene therapy process is almost completely automated. And besides that, they're all geniuses with IQs over 180.
Even the existence of this genome army is a national secret of the highest order. We've been hoping to investigate this thing quietly and deal with it behind closed doors. High-Tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of. An elite group combining firepower and expertise. They're every bit as good as when I was commanding them.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity. Psycho Mantis, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. And Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter.
Looks like a lovely bunch of folks. Too bad we'll be meeting under these circumstances.
And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound's squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake?
Yes. And you're the only person who can stand against him.
Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake. The man with the same codename as you.
Tell me what you know.
He fought in the Gulf War as a teenager, the youngest person in the SAS. His job was to track down...
Well, you see, Snake, it all begun with a plastic white chair.
Platforms. You were there too, I believe. Didn't you infiltrate Western Iraq with a platoon of Green Berets?
I was just a kid myself back then.
The details are classified, but it seems that originally he penetrated the Middle East as a sleeper for the SIS.
He was a spy for the British Secret Intelligence Service?
But he never once showed his face in Century House. He was taken prisoner in Iraq, and after that there was no trace of him for several years. After you retired, he was rescued and became a member of Foxhound.
I thought that by the time I left, they were no longer using code names.
I don't know his real name. That information is so highly classified that even I can't look at it. Here's a photo of him. Pretty shocking, huh? His skin tone is different, but otherwise you two are exact duplicates.
I have a twin?
I don't know the details, but it seems so. That's why we really need you for this mission.
You're the only one who can beat him. Now that I've met you, I know. You've got something that he doesn't. I can see it in your eyes.
Why don't I find that thought more comforting?
So here we go. Now that we listen to everything, the exit, Nick does do something to his hair. It's not dyeing it. It's not fox dye. It's not that kind of fox dye that he got from Naomi. He just gives himself a haircut.
I need to borrow your scissors.
What are you going to do?
Don't worry, just gonna clean myself up a little.
Huh?
I don't want to be mistaken for the leader of the terrorists.
The scissors were covered in hair dye. I wanted it was wine, everything. So the intro again. It's because it was so smoothly into new game. But yeah, in case you're unaware, the reason that Snake's hair looks like that and the entirety of the scene looks like that is because of style and the color and how the background and the foreground alternate with dark and bright, dark and bright, dark and bright. If they made his hair dark, it wouldn't have worked out. And you can actually see an exact shot of Vamp also in this exact style in MGS 2. And as we all know, Vamp never had blonde hair, so hopefully that's not up for discussion. Because some people are like, oh, but Pliskin, oh, but Liquid, yeah. No. They do the same thing with Vamp. Vamp also looks like he has brighter hair, but it's just the fucking style of it. Kenny Quest, thank you for the 5 months. We just fucking play Metal Gear 1 and 2. That's not Snake's natural hair color.
Facility on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska's Fox Archipelago was attacked and captured by
Yeah, it's just not fun to explain to those people
members of Foxhound.
insisting that Snake is blonde.
They're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss. And they say that if their demands are not met within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear weapon. You'll have 2 mission objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA Chief Donald Anderson and the president of Armstech, Kenneth Baker. Both are being held as hostages. Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to make a nuclear strike and stop them if they do.
What's the insertion method?
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
And then?
We'll launch a one-man SDV. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim. High-Tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity. Psycho Mattis, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. And Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter. And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake?
The man with the same codename as you. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP?
Yes, this is a top-secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
Well, no, he's shaven anyway, so Malak of hair. God damn it. Malak mode. No, please. Save the Malaking until later. Let's play some MGS1. Let me turn on analog.
Stay alert. He'll be through here. I know it. I'm going to swat down a couple of bothersome flies.
This is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's the situation, Snake?
Looks like the elevator in the back is the only way up.
Just as I expected. You'll have to take the elevator to the surface, but make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
Got it. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Certainly you mean the options button. Or I don't even know what it's called on PS3. There's text center alignment, I don't know, button. Dump fame, this 116. Damn, thank you. No matter, thank you for the 15 months. Who's that a ration with this guy? The other guy, I'm gonna actually leave so we can do the diving thing. Now we're gonna wait for the elevator, but really what we're waiting for is for the credits to roll on screen. Yeah? Just like very cinematic, just like a movie or a series. You think you're waiting for the elevator, but really you're just waiting for the credits to be on screen. We get an alert here. During alert and evasion, you can dive into the water. You know, to do the secret dive. Oh man, the secret dive also works without alert and evasion, huh? That's the difference. Usually, see, if you just go here, nothing happens. It's like an invisible wall. But what is it like here? We're gonna brick the game. Fuck. Alright, Apache's in the chat, so we gotta do glitches. I seem to be stuck facing the other way. God damn it. And now we're out of bounds. I fucking knew we would break it. Oh, never mind. Wait, no, we are out of bounds. God damn it. Oh no. Yeah, we fucked it. It wouldn't fucking do it. Alright guys, Snake's adventure is going to be over soon because... Oh wait, we can get out of the water, but now we're fucked. There's no way to save this, is there? Maybe, hey, maybe we can... Okay. No! The elevator actually leaves without you. No way! Oh my god, oh my god. No! Don't leave me! Fuck! We're kind of fucked now. The elevator left. It's never gonna come back now. Oh well, everybody blame the speedrunner. Breaking the game. God damn it. And maybe if I watched the video of it, I could recreate it. All Snake's adventure in Shadow Moses was very short-lived. The elevator left without him. Ah, it's funny as fuck though. A little something different. Clearly, MGS1 is unfinished because there's glitches. Alright, what was I doing? Gotta do a bunch of calls here anyway, especially to get the corner view call. Oh, you're supposed to break the game? I see. That wouldn't have happened to Twin Snakes. Oh, fuck. I'll fuck with it some other time if I feel like it. But hey, at least I cleaned up my alerts record and we still did the dive, so it's okay. But we'll probably get an alert or two anyway, because I'm staying the fuck away for that for now. Now I know how to do the vent glitch. It's just what is the point over there? I've never done it there. Alright, let's get a few calls. We'll skip the ones about tutorials and
Snake,
what
don't
button
forget
to
this is
press,
a covert operation.
where to
There are
go.
lots of bad guys and only one of you. If you're spotted, you'll be surrounded before you know it.
If that happens, you're finished.
First, go to the elevator in the back. Take it up to the ground floor. Then look for the DARPA chief.
This wouldn't have happened in Phantom Pain.
Snake, don't forget this is a covert operation. There are lots of bad guys and only one of you. If you're spotted, you'll be surrounded before you know it.
I think you're thinking of Three Dog.
First, go to the elevator.
If you mean In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. Yeah, I didn't read that out loud, did I? Did I? I don't remember.
To the ground floor.
I know Three Dog
Then
did,
look for the DARPA chief.
but I genuinely don't remember if I did it too. I might have.
Snake, don't.
We gotta close this and reopen it.
Snake, don't forget this is a covert op.
It's a little tedious to do these.
Snake, just to make sure.
Okay,
let's
here we
review
go.
How to use the codex system.
No, we don't need to do that. Now, okay, he's starting to go through all the tutorial calls.
If you're spotted, all the enemies will come to attack you at once.
Yeah, okay.
You still don't have a weapon. If you get into combat, you'll have to rely on your bare hands.
Okay. The less you control a remote control
First,
yourself.
go to the
Oh god. Fucking calling Twin Snakes.
The O2 gauge is automatically.
Okay, now we get the O2 gauge call.
Snake, when you enter a narrow space, you'll.
Vision mode. Don't care. We care about the corner view. Probably not.
Snake, when you're up against certain
Here we
walls
go.
or obstacles, you can look behind you while you're still hidden. We call that corner view mode. Use it skillfully to see the openings in your enemy's actions and avoid being spotted while advancing.
In corner view mode, you can hit the wall to make a noise by pressing the action button.
So I can trick the enemy and lure him my way, huh?
You're good at tricking people, aren't you?
Only beautiful women like yourself.
There you go. So it's a little tutorial call, but it has this exchange between Snake and Naomi. You know, Snake is just trying to flirt with her, but for Naomi, you can kind of tell that she has some sort of grudge, some sort of resentment against Snake there. So it's foreshadowing a little bit, or a relationship that they have in MGS1 and how it changes. But perhaps the more interesting thing about this call is that it makes a comeback in MGS2. And in MGS2 it's a completely different context, but since in MGS2, you know, the kernel is looking at pretty much the text to script from MGS1, even the corner view call has this exact exchange word for word repeated to write in MGS2 for a completely different reason, completely different context. So just remember that call and that exchange when MGS2 happens. Yeah, you can just go there. That was traumatic, seeing the elevator leave without me. I had never seen that before. That was like, oh my god. Metal Gear Sigint sort of thing. Lori, thank you for 26 months.
Who the fuck is this guy?
What the fuck was that? The timing. Archangel 37, thank you. Where are the backflips? Where's the techno music?
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
Thanks to the VR training I did on board the Discovery.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
I'm nice and dry, but it's a little hard to move.
Bear with it. It's designed to prevent hypothermia. This is Alaska, you know.
Take it easy, I'm grateful. If it weren't for your suit and your shot, I would have turned into a popsicle out there.
An anti-freezing peptide, Snake. All of the genome soldiers in this exercise are using it.
I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Already tested, huh? By the way, how's the diversionary operation going?
2 F-16s just took off from Galena and are headed your way. The terrorist radar should have already picked them up.
Behind D. Colonel, what's a Russian gunship doing here?
I have no idea, but it looks like our little diversion got their attention. Now's your best chance to slip in unnoticed. There are only 18 hours left until their deadline. You've got to hurry.
Wow, he must be crazy to fly a hind in this kind of weather.
Who's that?
Oh, sorry. I haven't introduced you to yet. This is Mei Ling. She was assigned to us as our visual and data processing specialist. She designed your codec, as well as your Soliton radar system. Contact her if you have any questions about either of them.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
Nothing. I just didn't expect a world-class designer of military technology to be so cute.
You're just flattering me.
No, I'm serious. Well, I know I won't be bored for the next 18 hours.
Come on. I can't believe I'm being hit on by the famous Solid Snake. But I'm surprised. You're very frank for a trained killer.
Looks like we both have a lot to learn about each other.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to learning about the man behind the legend.
We'll be monitoring your movements by radar, so contact us by codec anytime you want.
Got it. I'll call if I'm feeling lonely.
Seriously, Snake, we're here to back you up, so call if you need some information or advice.
I'm also in charge of your mission data. Contact me if you want me to record your current status. My frequency is 140.96. It's a dedicated frequency for saving data. Don't forget it.
Remember, except for your binoculars, you're naked. You need to arm yourself with whatever weapons you can find.
I remember. First I'm strip searched by Dr. Naomi here, and then all my weapons are taken away. Imagine yourself put in that position.
Well, if you make it back in one piece, maybe I'll let you do a strip search on me.
I'll hold you to that, Doctor. By the way, sorry to disappoint you, but I did manage to smuggle out my smokes.
How did you do that?
In my stomach. Thanks to the shot you gave me that suppressed my stomach acids.
Cigarettes? How are those going to help you?
You never know.
If you want to get in, there's the front door. Fastest way, but there's too much
But
risk
why?
of being spotted by the enemy.
I can't just knock on the door and ask them to let me in. There's one sentry on the left and one on the right. They're armed with 5.56ers and pineapples.
What about the air duct near the door? There should also be a duct on the second floor.
I can't see it from here.
I'll let you decide the best COA. I'm counting on you, Snake.
Let's call it here. Try to get back down. Elevator doesn't work. Never go back down there.
There's no turning back now, Snake. You've got a job to do, and you're our only hope. The world is counting on you.
What the fuck was that about? I don't know. Chef grenade, so when you have weapon in your inventory. Right?
Good. You've got yourself a weapon. To use it, first hold down the R2 button to enter weapon mode. Then select the weapon you want with the directional button. After you've selected the weapon you want, let go of the R2 button to exit weapon mode. The weapon you selected should appear in your hand. To use the weapon, follow the directions displayed in the window. If you use the R1 button, you can equip your weapon more quickly. While you're barehanded, press the R1 button to equip the last weapon you used. Press the R1 button while you're holding a weapon to be barehanded again. Don't fire your gun needlessly, or you might be discovered. If you had a gun with a suppressor, it would be a different story. If you have any questions about weapons or equipment, you should ask our military analyst, Nastasha. Her frequency is 141.52.
Yes, let me put a suppressor in these quick. That way. Precious see. We're gonna be talking to her a lot.
This is Nastasha Romanenko. A pleasure to work with you, Solid Snake.
You're the nuclear specialist that the Colonel mentioned?
That's me. You can ask me anything about nukes that you want. I am also a military analyst, so I have an extensive knowledge of weapon systems as well. They asked me to participate in this operation as a supervisor from the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. I was happy to accept. We must not allow terrorists to get their hands on nuclear weapons of any kind. I hope I can help you to stop them.
You're a tough lady.
Those terrorists are serious about launching a nuclear weapon? The world cannot stand by idly and allow that to happen, and neither can I. Unfortunately, all I can do from here is provide you with information.
Hopefully that'll be enough. Another soldier here wouldn't make a difference anyway. It's good to work with you, Nastasha.
Same here, Snake.
A surveillance camera?
No, really?
Security cameras? Duh. That is the wireless type which transmits visual data to a central security area. If you use chaff, you will be able to disable it.
Jeff call here.
That's a chaff grenade. It's a special grenade that disperses thin, narrow metallic strips of various lengths and frequency responses. It can confuse electronic equipment. It will be useful against machines which depend upon electronic sensors. Naturally, for it to be effective, you must use it before you are attacked. If you are expecting an attack, spread the chaff beforehand.
What happens to Nastasha after MGS1? Well, she does have kind of a background role whole time in MGS2. If you read Into Darkness of Shadow Moses, which is included in MGS2's menu, largely it's a recap of MGS1 told from Nastasha's point of view. Also adds a little bit of context to what was going on in the background in MGS1 and the whole thing with her and Ames and the Patriots. But she does publish that, and you know, because the government comes up with a sort of cover story for Shadow Moses, but Nastasha leaks the truth through that. The entire time she's in MGS1, she kind of has the Patriots and Ames pointing a gun at her head the whole time. There are things that she's aware of that she can't tell Snake. But she does. I don't remember if she's officially part of like philanthropy with Snake and Otacon and Ming Ling. I think she might be, but she does have some sort of background role there. And after MGS2, the only other mention of Nastasha is very briefly in MGS4 if you do the Dwarf Gecko call, where they just mention her for a second. And that's about it. Luckily she didn't get ruined as much in MGS4. Yeah, if you go by The Darkness of Shadow Moses, you know, Ames and a few, I guess, Patriot agents are there in Nastasha's home where she's working from, talking to Snake. Of course, this was all written, you know, for MGS2, but going back between MGS1 and 2 is not as bad as the other games with retcons and stuff. Let's see. Stun grenades.
Those are stun grenades. They are often used in sensitive operations such as freeing hostages and that sort of thing. Sometimes they are called flash bangs or sound and flash grenades. They make a big flash and lots of noise, which will disorient and disable your opponents temporarily. You have to understand that they won't kill the bad guys, but just stun them for a few seconds. Use them wisely.
Yeah, Nastasha would have been ruined too if she wasn't MGS4. It's a complete 180 on her character. She's now pro-nuclear power and anti-smoking. Let's see. As long as we don't get an alert in here, that will be... Now for the SOCOM, I'm not actually going to pick it up here. Do a little bit of extra stuff related to it. Right there, well, we're just going to leave it. Because if you don't have it, there's an extra scene once we go. We're going to go through both events, actually, to get all the scenes. To get the second part of the conversation between the two enemies, though, we need to have at least one alert. I think if I just go there and get caught by the camera, it'll work out nicely. The only thing is we gotta do this call with... Ah, shit, did I miss out on that call? Okay, now that I have one alert on my record, yeah, I guess the call isn't gonna play now. Yeah, shit, I need to think about that next time. That sucks. Okay, let's just get grenaded and redo it. So if you stay in there, in intrusion view, they grenade you. I forgot that the call would trigger there. Let's just do the Nastasha stuff again real quick, so I'm gonna have to do it again. Okay. It's a little bit convoluted getting all the calls into scenes and stuff here. Okay, so I'm actually gonna disable that for now. Get the call. That's better.
That base must have some kind of ventilation system to recirculate the air. There should be air ducts around there somewhere. They must need a lot of power to run the base. There's probably a diesel generator somewhere. And since generating electricity requires oxygen, there must be exhaust openings for that too. You're not gonna believe this, but they shot down the F-16s we were using as a diversion with a Hind D. Then we got a message from Liquid. He said if we try something like that again, he'll launch the nuke. Snake, hurry up and get in there. That Hind will be coming back soon.
So now that the Hind is done doing its business, we get in here and get the alert. That's when Master shows up, yeah? When the Hind is done doing its business. Interesting. Get the field mice here, too.
Snake, this is McDonald Miller. It's been a long time.
Master, what are you doing here?
I quit being a drill instructor, so I moved out here for some peace and quiet. I'm in retirement, just like you. Once in a while, I still help train the Alaskan Scouts.
Passing on the skills to a new generation, huh?
Campbell told me about the situation here. I thought I might be of some use.
There's no one I'd rather have in a foxhole than you.
Well, I know lots about survival in a harsh environment. I've lived in Alaska longer than you, so call me if you have any questions about the flora or fauna out here. My frequency is 141.80. Those mice are Alaskan field mice. Don't worry, they can't hurt you. Wild field mice don't have a thick layer of fat, but they can still survive the bitter winters here without hibernating. They dig tunnels under the snow. That's where they stay warm.
Survival specialists, huh? I should learn from them.
But there's a dark side too. Sometimes the males will kill and eat offspring that's not their own.
To ensure the survival of their own genes, right?
Yeah, pretty brilliant program, huh? If there are mice, that means there must be an exit somewhere. Follow the mice.
Let's call down here with the mice. We get that added part to it. But instead, if we go this way, which is normally a dead end, no reason to go here. But if you go here without the SOCOM, we'll get a little hint as to where we can find it now. And since we also got an alert, it'll be a second part of this conversation.
Were all the SOCOM pistols unloaded?
Yeah, but there was a problem.
What is it?
The security on the door was broken.
So the door is still open? Second floor where?
The east side room.
We better fix it before the boss finds out.
But that's nothing. I heard they spotted an intruder outside.
Really? Maybe we'll finally get to see some action.
Yeah, but we better do something about that door.
Let's put in an order to have it repaired.
Sneak back so. But yeah, that door that's permanently open in the armory, that's where you can also pick up the SOCOM if you don't have it here. And that's a little bit of lore about why that door is open. And now we're gonna do something that you're not really supposed to do. Going back out this way. There's a guy right in front of it and a camera looking down, so I'm gonna get an alert for sure, but that's okay. Hello. Bye. Here's a funny thing. When you get an alert in MGS1, there's one guard that's assigned to chasing you around, and all the others typically will guard the exits. So we got this guy here, 180 IQ. You got that guy over there. You got that guy over there. Oh shit. That's actually the guy from upstairs that comes downstairs to guard it. And this guy who's chasing me is the one who's on the right, usually. The guy who sees the footprints. And if we do this a couple times... Nah, the hind doesn't come back here. You can hear them coming in first person view. You hear the footsteps. Maybe due to some memory limitation or something, they stop sending guards after you. After you killed a few. Now that guy who's supposed to be chasing me or walking on the right side of the map here, they run out of respawns. Or maybe, yeah, because you know, Liquid is trying to save his brothers with Big Boss's DNA, so maybe he feels bad sending them to their death every time. Against Snake. So yeah, now they just stop coming. We can just chill here. Give them a show. If I just lose this alert now. That should be the upstairs guy. He's gonna run up once the evasion's up. Yep, he's going up there. There's the other guy there, and the guy on the right run out of respawns, so he's gone for good now, actually. I guess that means I can't really fuck with the footsteps, footprints, whatever. There's another thing that's kind of funny. I didn't notice until recently. The searchlights, they kind of bleed through the wall here a little bit, so that if you stay here pressed against the wall, you get spotted. This is kind of lame. I think that might have caused it to respawn again, though. Interesting. Okay, now we got plenty of alerts. We're definitely gonna have the Palki in the water later in the game. And yeah, the SOCOM is gone now. Because now that they give us a hint about where to find it in the armory, the game kind of punishes you. It's gone now from the truck. And you have to go get it in the armory, or you can get it where the thermal goggles would be normally. And then eventually you're forced to get it during the scene with Meryl. But yeah, that's also going to change because Snake's not going to have a gun for that. Let's see where this guy is. He's there, okay. The alerts have to do with the Palki. If you have more than 10 alerts, the Palki will be in the water, the radioactive water. If you have 10 or less alerts, the rat will eat the key instead. Depends on your alerts. For fucking around like this, chances are now we're going to have 10 alerts by the time we get there. And the key is going to be in the water rather than the rat eating it. So, fuck. We'll call mailing. Always forget to save. So we can get that conversation about the SOCOM at the bottom vent, and we can also go back here, up here, and get the other conversation. Both of which have two parts depending on whether you have an alert.
I moved the Darkman chief to the cell in the first floor basement.
What about the vent shaft?
Yeah, extreme difficulty doesn't have the radar. Hard and extreme don't have it.
Spraying for rats.
First floor basement ventilation shaft.
Shut those covers as soon as they're done spraying. Also, keep your eye on that woman in the cell. Don't get careless now.
Woman in the cell?
Did something happen?
Did something happen?
There's an intruder.
Really?
He's already done 3 people.
He's killed 3 people?
Yeah. Say he's using stealth, too.
Stealth? There's an intruder besides me?
Anyway, I want you to increase the security detail on the chief.
Actually kind of punishing to get the SOCOM in the armory, because if you go to the armory before getting card 1, there's actually guards there. But if you go there when you're supposed to, then there won't be any guards when you have to pick up the C4 and go fight Ocelot. But you would have to miss it in the truck, and you would have to also miss it up here where the thermals would be. That's okay, we can do that. Very important call here.
Press the action button to drop down.
I don't have any notes if that's what you're asking, but maybe there is some place out there where these things are written down on the internet. I don't know.
Use the elevator to change floors. There should be a cargo elevator that you can take down somewhere around there. Try to find it.
So normally you have the thermal goggles here, but since we didn't pick it up, SOCOM's here. We're still not gonna pick it up. You got the floor that makes noise here.
Don't make too much noise or you'll be spotted. Be careful when you're walking on that floor.
Holy shit, Bluey gifted 6 months of tier 1 sub to Dr. Gray. Nice. Bluey's of cheapo subs. 6 months though, thank you.
Snake, that floor is designed so that your footsteps echo. Listen, Snake, there's a way to walk so your footsteps won't be heard. I call it stalking. Here's how you do it. First, put your weight on the opposite foot that you're going to step with. Then, take a step so that your heel makes contact with the ground first. Then, as you slowly lower the tip of your foot to the floor, gradually shift your weight onto that foot. Use your knees to maintain the subtle balance. Try it.
It's friggin'
I can't do it.
sometimes begging
Another
works.
way is to wear your socks over your shoes. If you crawl on your stomach, you won't make any noise either.
Nice. 3 months. So. Yeah. You can equip and unequip any weapon that lets you walk around. It's not just grenades, but Jeff grenades are a favorite because you can always equip them even in the area where you can't equip guns. But yeah, that's the best way to actually avoid making noise. Is to cancel the animation by equipping and unequipping the item. That you can crawl. You can also move slowly like this. Start the animation to walk but not quite finish it. That also works, but it's much slower than just gliding around. I guess this also doesn't make noise. But yeah, since there's no actual walking animation and then just one Snake says, I can't do it. And then yeah, that's the thing, and then just 2 and onward. Another gift sub, Bluey, to Thrill Kill. Nice, thank you. If you understand how the so-called vent glitch works, it's pretty easy to do. It's all a matter of timing. Basically, anywhere that you can go into intrusion view, if you can crawl in there, you can do the vent glitch that lets you flip through things. Kind of did it earlier and it didn't end well. Fuck, I'm tempted to do it here, but I'm not sure if it's gonna break things again. Oh, what if we do it in tech? That shouldn't break anything. So to do it, Ah, fuck, I have to deal with this guy's timing. I'll just kill him. Ration? Ooh. I don't need it though. That's the only way you can find rations. By killing enemies. There's very few scripted rations that appear on Extreme. You can only carry one, and there's no rations just lying around where there normally would be in other difficulties. Let's just grab him. You don't want to be too close when you grab him, because Snake likes to slide forward. I mean, if you do that, you can actually get an alert by grabbing them. Hold on. So if I can go in intrusion view here, and then stick out just a little bit, just about halfway before it goes all the way into intrusion view, and then you look up, and then you release going up. As the camera changes, I'm holding triangle and up right now. If I let go, well, when the camera does this movement, you can press X. And I guess that doesn't do anything here, but it would have done it somewhere else. I've actually never tried doing it on the tank. But basically you can trick the game into letting you stand up. I wonder if it works in the other tank. When you're not really supposed to. You're not supposed to be able to stand up if Snake's legs are all that way in. There you go. I have become one with the tank. Nah, this is old news. Hopefully I'm not trapped in here. Shit, I am trapped, huh? Damn it. I am trapped on the tank. We need to stop doing this shit, man. I can't even stand up again. I'm stuck crawling inside the tank. Damn, when you do it out in the snowfield, when right after you fight the tank, you can actually just walk off it. Oh shit, no. It looks like it, but I'm not free. I'm actually stuck. We became a tank, a Phantom Pain tank, where it's both an enemy and a vehicle. There's some places I'm trying to think, like the bed in the torture room. Where you can, or the tank in the snowfield, in the canyon. You can do the so-called vent glitch and just walk off of things, and you're not trapped. It doesn't always trap you. But yeah, in this case, I would say, fuck. It's okay, I was gonna call Mei Ling anyway.
What can I do for you, Snake?
Mei Ling, I'm in a bit of pickle. Where should we save? That doesn't matter. I have a normal save here.
Snake, remember what the Gaul said. The graveyards are full of indispensable men. Snake, you're all alone and surrounded by bad guys. Try to be careful and avoid getting into a fight whenever you can.
You're right. Wow, you know all sorts of great quotes, don't you?
Well, both my parents are from Guangdong, China, but I was born and raised in America. I've always liked reading literature from both sides. Kinda keeps me in touch. I'll share some more quotes with you if you like.
I'm looking forward to it. But to tell
But
you
first
the
I gotta get out of this
truth, I'd like
tank.
to learn more about you.
Well, I'll think about it.
Snake, you have to stop terrorists. Yes, but first, I need to get out of this fucking tank. I don't think we can. It will just reset. Fuck it. Give me soft reset. Yep, that works. Probably had to turn on the analog again. That's okay. We can just get back down there quickly. But perhaps we should stop fucking with this little glitch, especially in places that I haven't experienced or experimented with before. I usually do it in the cell, just to get on the bed. Yeah, this is kind of fun. You can also do it to get on the tank after you fight it in the canyon, after you beat the tank. I'm trying to think if there's any other places where you don't get stuck doing it. And it's okay, we can just run back here. Gonna have to go to SOCOM again. I will, however, go this way just for timing. Because now we're gonna make a run for it. Don't mind me. Alright, let's check out the SOCOM in the armory now. Since that's what they were talking about, the door that's stuck open. Normally you only find ammo there because most likely you're gonna have the gun, but it's also the actual room for it, for the gun itself. Get rid of this guy. Other guy might hear it. Oh, he didn't hear it. Oh yeah, somebody was asking where the thermal's gonna be now. If they're not up there on the tank hangar, the thermal goggles actually replace the body armor on the floor where Otacon's lab is. But you miss out on the body armor until much later in the game. You can pick it up early there, or you can pick it up in the blast furnace. But this is the door they were talking about. It's broken, it's stuck open. And this would be the actual SOCOM door room. We're still not gonna pick it up though. And if you look at the other room, the other doors, they all have weapon names on them. But if this door was closed, it would probably say SOCOM on it. You have all of these, grenade, FAMAS, Nikita here, and the C4, and the PSG-1. It tells you what's inside. But yeah, we don't have much business here right now. Press the elevator twice, it will come instantly. Because Kojima felt that people do this in real life when they're impatient. They press the button multiple times. And it's like, okay, let's make it actually work that way in the game. Because otherwise it's random how long it takes the elevator to come up and open the door. But if you press it twice, sometimes you get lucky and it's instant. But if you press it twice, it always happens in the second press. And here we would get a call if we had the radar. We would see the green dot on the radar they were talking about. And that's a call that we just have to miss out on if you play on extreme with no radar. It's just Mei-Ling telling you to look at the radar, it's picking up the DARPA chief. And he can't hear me. The wall's too thick. Of course, here's where you can go to do the major fucking skip. Since if you load the level 6 door area, that takes you to the torture immediately, skipping like 60% of the game. And you would do that with this vent. I guess if I save, we can do it for a second.
If you want to go up or down a ladder, just press the action button by the ladder.
What are you talking about?
What's up, Snake?
It's a little complicated because you can't really see where you're going.
I wish I could send you weapons through this codec instead of just data.
Especially without the radar.
I feel like a thief already. Ransacking rooms, rifling through fallen enemies' pockets.
But you have no choice, Snake.
I didn't even pick up anything.
But I think I'm starting to develop kleptomania. I just keep putting things in my pocket.
It's kind of a rare call, especially this early in the game. Probably has to do with whether you pick something up. Oh, I guess the ration. Okay, so if we do the vent thing here, now we're out of bounds, and we can't. It's hard. You just gotta know. Camera doesn't always move with you. You use the first person where you kind of tell where you are. If we go just through this door, it loads the area behind it Which is, guess what? The first time you load into this area ever, it's the cell. Hey, I just saw that guy out there. Now we're in the cell with no health, just a little bit of a life bar, and chaff grenades. What? It gets more complicated from here, but just what I was talking about earlier. I used this little glitch just to get on the bed. What the hell are you doing? Anyway, not yet. Not yet. We're not doing this yet. On. Okay, that's enough glitching. Yeah, it was kind of shocking when I first realized that you can skip so much of the game that way. Fuck. Now let's do it properly. This is just bad influence from Apache making me show this shit. We actually have a real analog. The NC Stove, thank you so much for the tier 1 stuff, man. Glad you're enjoying the stream. No Master Collection. Fuck that. Especially MGS1, you can't fucking control properly. Ugh. I mean, you can't control properly in any of them, but MGS1 is even worse because the analog is completely fucked. Anyway, we have other business. Gen 2 here. Go this way. See Johnny. He's not actually taking a shit, he's just slacking off.
Oh, kinda damn cold. I hate Alaska. Boy, oh boy, that woman is built all right.
I don't know if somebody's keeping tabs on him, if he's not supposed to. I don't know. Why would he go in there when there's some perfectly good chairs outside that he can sit in, you know? Is he really hiding from, like, I don't know, is he reporting to Liquid or something? I don't know. Oh yeah, of course there's no ammo here because we don't have the gun. But normally there would be ammo there. I'll be honest, I don't usually do glitches like that, but that's a pretty big one, yeah. Now we're gonna take a couple minutes to look at what Meryl's doing. Because the first time you look at her,
Is that a woman? Not him.
she's just doing sit-ups on her bed. But if we go out and back in, she'll be doing different exercise. Just a little bit annoying to do because you gotta crawl your ass all the way back out. And then back in. Now you can't use the disc for anything. The disc is only there for story purposes, or Ocelot to take during the torture. Wow, you're really badly informed, Replicant, but it's good to see some enthusiasm, I guess. Okay, now she's gonna be doing something else. She's doing one-handed push-ups on the floor. This is great. It's like censoring her ass. Like, come on. I don't know if that's intentional. Back out again. Yeah, exactly. Those two things are kind of funny the way you order it, but because yeah, they're using the voices, so yeah, it's gonna be Hater's voice, and it's definitely not the fucking Fox engine, but Unreal Engine 5. But yeah, close enough. I mean, there's a thing going on with seeing Meryl's frequency show up in your memory on the codec, even if you don't know it. But I tried fucking with it a little bit. It might be based on difficulty, especially since Extreme is a New Game Plus difficulty. Like, you have to unlock it by completing the game at least once. And now she's stretching against the wall. Interesting breathing noises going on. But yeah, there's some talk about how it's not equipping or unequipping the disc, but it's like keeping the inventory open with the disc selected for a few seconds. I do remember that being a thing, because I've had it happen like ages ago, before I even started streaming. I remember that. Meryl suddenly shows up in your frequency list, but I would have to test it on lower difficulties, I think. It might be a combination of things, like if you keep calling Campbell about it. Alright, so those are the 3 exercises she does. Now she's going to be doing the sit-ups again, but something's going to change. Bluey was too late for Kojima to get his freedom back. Way too late. And something's a little different now about Meryl. I don't know what it is, but something looks off. Like her pants are off.
Hell with Meryl.
Hey, Sniper. Alright, we got 500 bits to kill Meryl. If you guys really want to do this. Usually I just save her, you know. But we do have the chat side sometimes with bits and donations if you guys want to do that. Nice. Yeah, bring up Meryl's donation war. Hold on, we gotta go back out. Next one at least. I guess I'll do all of them. I'll be proper. Now again, she's gonna be doing the push-ups with no pants. That's the important part here. My lack of pants. Wait, my lack of jeans. It's actually very in theme with MGS1's message. My lack of jeans. Hey, Garley with the 90 months. Thank you. Yes, you're not copies of DRK after all. There we go. Are they trying to censor her ass? Is that on purpose? I don't know. There's gotta be like way too... I think... Maybe if you step away a little bit. This is important business. There you go. Like, look at the amount of detail. Imagine the time that they must have spent on that ass. So, like, clearly you're supposed to look at it. The camera looks straight at it later, so... Then we go back out again. Oh, really, boy? You can't have everything, I guess. Still, it's much more important to be able to do subs and bits, I think, especially if you want to give them. This actually I found out about ages ago, because I actually had the strategy guide for MGS1. That was like a very powerful tool as a kid. Barely any, if none at all, actually, internet, you know, playing this. And they tell you about this in the strategy guide. And now she's doing the stretching again. Still no pants. And now is when it resets. If you go another 3 times, she'll do it 3 exercises, and she'll do them with no pants, and then if we go again, she's gonna start over with pants on and the sit-ups. It's kind of useless because you've already seen it the first time, but I think that pretty much resets it now. Kojima is the perverb. Yeah, that's it. She's back to normal now. What? That was weird.
Snake, the DARPA chief's signal is coming from somewhere in that area. Isn't there some place to drop down? Take a look around in first-person view mode.
Forgot to put on my first-person view this morning. Was playing live in third person the whole time.
Who's that?
I'm here to save you. You're the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, right?
You here to save me, huh? What's your outfit?
I'm the pawn they sent here to save your worthless butt.
Really? It's true. You don't look like one of them. In that case, hurry up and get me out of here.
Slow down. Don't worry. First, I want some information about the terrorists.
The terrorists?
Do they really have the ability to launch a nuke?
What are you talking about?
The terrorists are threatening the White House. They say if they don't accede to their demands, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
Sweet Jesus.
Is it possible?
It's possible. They could launch a nuke.
How do they plan to launch? I thought this place was just for keeping the dismantled warheads. They shouldn't have access to a missile.
What I'm about to tell you is classified information. Okay? We were conducting exercises with a new type of experimental weapon. A weapon that will change the world.
What?
A weapon with the ability to launch a nuclear attack from any place on the face of the Earth. A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
Metal Gear. It can't be.
You knew? Metal Gear is one of the most secret black projects. How did you know that?
We've had a couple of run-ins in the past. So that's the reason you were here at this disposal site?
Why else would I come to a godforsaken place like this?
I had heard the Metal Gear project was scrapped.
On the contrary, it's grown into a huge joint project between ArmsTech and ourselves. We were going to use this exercise as raw data and then proceed to mass production. If it hadn't been for the revolution.
Revolution?
Rex has fallen into the hands of terrorists.
Rex?
Metal Gear Rex. The code name for the new Metal Gear prototype. They're probably already finished arming the warhead they plan to use with Rex. These guys are pros. They're all experienced in handling and equipping weapons.
Hey! Shut up in there, will ya?
But I thought that all nuclear warheads were equipped with safety measures. Some kind of detonation code that you have to input.
Oh, you mean PAL? Yes, of course, there is a PAL. It's set up so that you need to input 2 different passwords in order to launch the device.
There are 2 passwords?
Yes. Baker knows one, and I know one.
Baker? The president of Arms Tech.
That's right. Each of us needs to input our password, or there can be no launch. But they found out my password.
You talked?
Psycho Mantis can read people's minds. You can't resist.
Psycho Mantis?
One of the members of Foxhound. He has psychic powers.
This is bad.
It's just a matter of time before they get Baker's too.
If they find out Baker's password...
Yes, they'll be able to launch a nuke anytime. But there is a way to stop the launch.
What?
The card keys.
Card keys?
They were designed by ArmsTech, the system developers, as an emergency override. Even without the passwords, you can just insert the card keys and engage the safety lock.
And if I do that?
Yes. You can stop the launch.
That card key.
So where are the keys?
Baker should have them. Listen, you need 3 card keys. There are 3 different slots to put them in. You need to insert a card into each one of them.
Okay, 3 card keys. Do you know where they might be keeping Baker?
Somewhere in the 2nd floor basement.
2nd floor basement?
I heard the guards say they moved him to an area that has a lot of electronic jamming.
Any other clues?
Yes. They cemented over the entrances, but didn't have enough time to paint them. Why don't you look for the areas where the walls are a different color? Here, take this. It's my ID card. It'll open any level 1 security door. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electrical field.
Personal area network, huh?
It transmits data using the salts in your body as the transmission medium. As you approach the door's security devices, they'll read the data stored in the card.
And the doors will open automatically. Gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
You haven't heard any other way to disarm the PAL, have you? From your bosses or anyone?
No.
Are you sure you haven't heard anything?
I just said no.
So does the White House plan to give in to the terrorists' demands?
That's their problem. It has nothing to do with my orders.
But what about the Pentagon?
Pentagon? What is it?
What happened?
No shit. There's a lot going on right now.
What is this? You're nuts.
Oh, calm down. What the hell?
Have a Cuervo. Dead.
Oh no, he says what the hell for Baker, that's right.
Naomi, the chief. What happened?
I don't know. It looked like a heart attack, but...
A heart attack? No.
Colonel, are you hiding something from me?
Absolutely not. Snake, you've got to understand. This op is security level red. You need the highest security clearance to get access to the complete file.
You want me to believe that you're in charge of this op, but you don't have complete access to the file?
I told you, the Secretary of Defense is in operational control. I'm just here as your support. Snake, we don't have time to debate. Get out of there and find President Baker.
If I understand this correctly, hold on. We got 500 bits earlier to kill Meryl. Now we got $7 from Replicant Detective to save Meryl. The 500 bits. Why don't I have bits on my thing? What? Oh, because it was through the sound alerts. That's right. Okay, so I think we do have a Meryl donation for it going on. Hold on. We're gonna have to add this. Let's see. I actually have to remake the text from scratch in OBS because I reinstalled everything. I didn't have it on. Have it up. Let's see. Outline. Okay, this will do. Thanks, guys. Let's keep track of it, I guess. Ooh, this is an ugly font. Shit, I forget what font I used to use. It's actually bothering me. So we got $7 to save. I have 500 bits to kill. Don't need to make it that big. Alright, I guess we're going by what you guys are donating for. Thank you. And we got a bunch of other sound bits. Thank you guys. Some rules of nature. Old age never wins this one. That's called playing MGS4, I guess. I wish I had Helvetica because it's the font for subtitles in the games. But it costs money. And it's not just that it costs money, it's that I don't understand how to buy it. But it's like $80, $40, something like that. But I mean, it's just a damn file that you install, but I don't know. I generally don't understand how buying fonts works. That's why I don't have it, mostly. Alright, so dead body of totally the DARPA chief. Every unique dead body in the game has its camera angles, cinematic camera angles. You wouldn't download a font, would you? Alright, we're gonna be talking to people in Nostalgia here quite a bit before we step out.
Sorry, Snake, but it looks like the rescue was a failure. There's no reason to stay in that cell anymore. Snake, get out of there and go to the second floor basement. You've got to rescue the president of ArmsTech, Kenneth Baker, before the terrorists find out his detonation code.
Yeah, it's like, it seems kind of sketch. I don't want to put my payment shit in there, yeah? I don't want to go to funny Russian website either.
They were conducting exercises with this new Metal Gear prototype? Is that what the DARPA chief said?
Yeah.
What the hell?
So you know about Metal Gear?
Just rumors. I heard it is some kind of walking tank that can deliver an accurate nuclear strike from any terrain. Mountains, deserts, swamps, wherever. But you are the real expert on Metal Gear, aren't you, Snake?
Yeah, I guess I am. But what about the PAL system that the DARPA chief mentioned?
It is a device attached to a nuclear weapon system to prevent the missile from being armed or launched. Usually, a secret detonation code or combination is necessary to launch the missile.
According to the chief, there are 2 codes, and the terrorists already know one of them.
The other code? If the terrorists find out that one too.
Yeah, I've got to hurry and rescue President Baker.
Yeah, because the DARPA chief was never a target of Foxdie. They must be pretty fucking confused right now. And at the same time, yeah, I guess Liquid must realize that Foxdie is real. They're actually using it.
You say the DARPA chief is dead?
Yeah, according to Naomi, it was a heart attack.
It couldn't be. Well, it looks like all you can do now is find Kenneth Baker, the president of ArmsTech. He's in the second floor basement, isn't he?
Yeah.
Brandon does not exist in MGS1.
Okay. Good luck, Snake. You can do it.
The fact that you see Granin in MGS3 with Rex blueprints and shit as a complete time paradox retcon / nonsense made only to make Vulcan appear even more of an idiot for not picking Rex, but it would have been a complete disaster of a time paradox retcon if Granin had Rex actually made and Vulcan had Rex. It's just there to tease you, yeah. It was never actually gonna happen. Well, at least with Jyoti, he only has the action figure, but with Rex, he has a fucking blueprint. Like, you can make it if you want it, yeah? No way.
PEL stands for Permissive Action Link. It is a safety system attached to nuclear missile systems. The missile cannot be fired without the insertion of a special electronic code. But if the terrorists have found out the detonation codes, they can launch the missiles anytime they want.
Is it possible to destroy the PAL system so that the missile can be fired even without inserting the detonation code?
I do not believe so. It is set up so that the warhead will become automatically inactive if any attempt is made to remove, deactivate, or destroy the PAL.
So unless the terrorists either learn the detonation codes or get their hands on the detonation code override keys, there's no way they can launch.
Do not be too sure. Any system can contain bugs or malfunctions. We cannot relax yet. I do not know much about Metal Gear, just the little I have heard. I know it appeared in Outer Heaven in 1995, and then again in Zanzibar in 1999. Both were third world countries led by military regimes. They secretly developed Metal Gear to increase their military and political power throughout the world. But both were stopped by a lone hero. You, Solid Snake.
That was a long time ago.
That was a few hours ago.
All the ICBM silos are closely monitored by military satellites. SLBM-equipped submarines can move secretly, but naturally they are limited to launching from the water. Finally, there are ALBMs, which can be launched from aircraft. They allow for excellent mobility, but they are somewhat unreliable. Metal Gear was developed to solve all those problems. It can move freely over any terrain and independently launch a nuclear missile at any target in the world. It completely changes the nature of the strategic arms race and destroys the delicate nuclear balance. It is a weapon to be feared, believe me. The development of Metal Gear is a cynical attempt to consolidate and increase our military dominance while at the same time maintaining the pretense of disarming ourselves. Now that the SLCM-0 option, allowing for the sneak inspections of submarines in international waters, has been concluded, the value of submarines as strategic weapons has been greatly diminished. With Metal Gear, governments of the world will be able to avoid this type of inspection and at the same time stay in compliance with international nuclear treaties. The nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island was built at the beginning of this century. It was made only to temporarily store the nuclear warheads.
Why? If they wanted to dispose of them, why wouldn't they just dismantle them right away?
They cannot do that. You see, when you dismantle a warhead, you still have nuclear materials that must be stored. At this point, all of the nuclear material storage facilities are way past capacity. But they could not stop dismantling weapons while at the same time pushing Start 2.
So you're telling me that this base was built so they could temporarily avoid being in conflict with Start 2?
Most people think that we live in a safer world now. But with all the dismantled nuclear weapons and waste around, the threat of nuclear terrorism has increased tremendously.
It's ironic, isn't it?
After the START II Accord was signed on January 3, 1993, Russia and the US reduced their strategic nuclear warheads to between 3,000 and 3,500 warheads each. They completely dismantled all of the ICBMs which contained MIRVs. As a result of that, there are over 15,000 dismantled nuclear warheads waiting to be disposed of. The warheads are supposed to be dismantled at Pantex or some other dismantling facility, but there are limits to how many warheads they can process. We just do not have the capabilities to dismantle all the warheads that are out there.
I think these are just our generic calls now.
Over 200 tons of plutonium and over 1,000 tons of high-grade uranium have been removed from nuclear weapons so far. And on top of that, nuclear reactors all over the world continue to produce and leak spent nuclear fuel. According to one estimate, as of the year 2005, America alone was storing over 50,000 tons of nuclear material. There is no room left in our nuclear material storage sites. That is why we need nuclear weapon disposal facilities.
Holy shit, you don't need to spam the shit out of it, but...
I do not know much about Metal Gear. Just the little I have heard. I know it appeared in Outer Heaven in 1995.
Wait, is she repeating this call too? I didn't know she could repeat this one too.
Both were...
Okay. That's weird. I didn't know this call repeated. Maybe it's because I closed the codec and reopened it.
The development of Metal Gear...
And Nastasia's calls are some of the best in the game. They mix just the right amount of fictional stuff and real life stuff.
All the ICBMs...
Yeah, she's repeating stuff, and that's okay. Let's see. How old was Snake in Metal Gear 1? Snake was born in 72. Metal Gear 1 was 1995. Did the math, I don't know, 23. Let's do save call.
The DARPA chief. Poor man. He
Tim,
had a heart attack right after you save him. I'm getting a bad feeling about this, Snake. Maybe you should let me save your mission.
Are you sure he didn't just get confused with the real life Zanzibar? Maybe that's why. Alright, so this scene is going to be different than what you might be used to because we don't have the SOCOM. We don't have a gun. I'm going to get rid of this chef grenade too. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. If we have absolutely no weapons, you actually get a different call from Campbell. The game looks at your inventory. But if you don't have the SOCOM, then Snake is going to grab the barrel of Meryl's gun instead of aiming his gun. And another thing that changes a lot of people miss is the music. The background music in this cutscene changes. There's like an additional beat to it. There's additional music.
Don't move!
So you killed the chief, you bastard!
I don't know, dude. There is a real life Zanzibar. That's the difference with the others.
No.
Maybe he just thought it's that.
Don't move!
Is this the first time you ever pointed a gun at a person? Your hands are shaking. Can you shoot me, rookie?
Careful. I'm no rookie.
Which is probably why
that nervous glance, that scared look in
Naomi says they went back to Africa.
I ever saw them.
Yeah.
You've never shot a person, am I right?
You talk too much.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
I told you I'm no rookie!
You're not one of them, are you?
Open that door. You've got a card, don't you?
Why?
So we can get the hell out of here.
Looks like we'll be a little delayed. What are you doing? Don't think! Shoot!
Oh shit, I just started spamming square. Okay, so the SOCOM is in front of me now. But if you're still very stubborn and don't want to pick it up, because you could technically kill these guys just by... It's gonna be a fucking mess, but snapping their neck instead. It's so painful to do it this way. I should have left a chef grenade in my inventory just to cancel the animation. if you take too long, they're like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Snake, what are you doing? Take care of the bad guys and get the hell out of there. Try to pick up an enemy's fallen weapon.
That's the part that changes. If you have absolutely no weapons in your inventory, including chaff grenades, stun grenades, anything, Campbell will say, try to use an enemy's fallen weapon, which is really odd because that's... Oh, he hit the guy with the... Instead of hitting me with the rifle, he hit his friend. I didn't even know they could do that. That's crazy. I didn't get hit. But yeah, it's really odd that Campbell says try to use an enemy's fallen weapon. Like, that's just not a thing in MGS1. Unless they're trying to imply that the SOCOM on the ground is what, Johnny's gun or something? Like, I don't know. It's weird. But anyway, now, after I kill this guy, we truly have no choice but to pick it up because Snake will walk on it in a forced little cutscene gameplay. There you go.
Talk to me like a rookie.
I'm telling you, shoot!
And that's the absolute latest you can get it. Because Snake will walk on it. You can't really avoid it unless you glitch through things. Yeah, it feels nice not having to worry about kills and stuff. I don't know why I'm still grabbing them instead of shooting them. So now that we do have a weapon in the inventory, if we recall, it's going to be a little different.
Snake, what are you doing? Take care of the bad guys and get the hell out of there. You better use that weapon you found.
It says you better use that weapon you found. And then, for some reason, Master isn't picking up right now. He must be on the toilet. But also, Nastasha isn't picking up right now. Oh, it's kind of sus. I do thank you for the 86 months. Nice. Meryl just taking a grenade to the teeth like it's nothing.
Thanks for that.
I mean, for Master it's obvious, but for Nastasha, they genuinely just had no calls for her here.
Who are you?
You know what? It happens again with the Hind. Kind of sus. When you're rappelling down, Nastasha doesn't have any calls.
I'm sorry, sir.
And maybe there's some other place where she doesn't have any.
Now we'll never get that detonation code.
Boss, I have a good idea.
Naomi, I just had some kind of hallucination. Is it from the nanomachines?
No, Snake. The nanomachines are functioning properly.
So what was it?
It must have been psychometric interference coming from Psycho Mantis, Foxhound's psychic. Think of it as a mental feedback loop.
So that was Mantis.
Alright, this is an important detail that was changed in the Master Collection. Johnny's ass. And before we look at it, let's do the Mantis call here.
Snake, Psycho Mantis has the power to read people's minds. You got the DARPA chief's detonation code. Hurry up or he'll get Baker's code too.
That's right. If the terrorists get Baker's code, they'll be able to launch that nuke anytime they want.
Yeah, they'll use Metal Gear to do it. Colonel, did you know they were conducting a military exercise here using Metal Gear?
I didn't know.
Really?
Snake, you've got to understand. I'm just the middleman in this operation. Anyway, hurry up and get to the second-floor basement. You've got to save the Arms Tech president before the terrorists find out his code.
If you've only played the recent release, you might not have seen this, because they've changed this. Since they released all the different versions in all different regions. Originally, the difference here is that in the Japanese version of MGS1, Johnny is still wearing his underwear. But everywhere else, Western releases, he has this pixelated effect instead. It probably has to do with how the rating works in Japan. Like, I feel like this is what Kojima truly wanted to do, but he couldn't do it in Japan, and they did it everywhere else instead. But now that they released the Master Collection everywhere at the same time, same region with all the versions, they also had to put underwear on him on the Master Collection. So in order to release the Western releases in Japan with the Master Collection, they had to change this. So now he has his underwear in the Master Collection as if it was a Japanese version, but it's a different color. Instead of being the gray / navy blue that you get in the Japanese version, it's like this reddish brown. That's probably why they had to change it, because you just can't release this in Japan. So they couldn't. And the best part about it is this pixelated censorship thing. You can zoom past it. Yeah, I'm not sure if you want to, but there it is. Fully modeled asshole, darker area, and ass crack. So you see the amount of detail that went into this. We have to show it. We can't just keep it hidden. They actually modeled it. Later we'll see in Ground Zeroes there is a question. When you're taking the MGS1 quiz, there's a question exactly about this. Was Johnny censored in the Western release because in Japan he had to have underwear, and then the Master Collection kind of changed that. But the question is, why would Meryl need Johnny's underwear? I can't imagine that smell too good. You really complete the disguise down to forget what Octopus does, down to the blood. No, down to the shit smell. I don't know. Just to have a very realistic disguise. That uniform smelled like shit. He says it smells like blood, but I'm pretty sure it smells like shit. Okay, let's do another save here.
What is it, Snake? Snake, listen to what Lo Ji said. He who knows that enough is enough will always have enough. Just because you see an item doesn't mean that you always have to get it. If you don't really need it, think twice before you stick your neck out. It might not be worth it.
So now we can go to the armory, but if we go back up here instead, you're not really supposed to. I mean, there's no real need to. You can go directly to the armory, get the C4, and fight Ocelot. But technically, you could do this as soon as you get card 1. You could come back here. Move. And go get the suppressor. Which is why, from now on, once we have card 1, the suppressor shows up in every cutscene, whether you've picked it up or not, with the exception of, you know, when Snake shoots Sniper Wolf in the face for dramatic effect, he takes off the suppressor. But the game just assumes that you picked up the suppressor as soon as you can. It's a little weird, but you could technically get it right now. The most important, or the most interesting part about all of this is the sleeping guy, not the suppressor. How can he be standing up and sleeping, you might wonder.
Anyway, hurry up and get to the second floor basement.
Yes, go on.
Anyway, hurry.
Wait, are they not talking about it now? That sucks. I think because we have the other shit going on, they're not talking about it. There is a call about it, but I mean myself. We got a Dedge here, I think. I keep forgetting if they really don't talk about it until after. That sucks. Because you would want to combine the two things, getting the suppressor and getting that call. Ah, fuck. Never mind. You can just walk there. I don't even know if, because there's this other weird thing going on. If you get an alert here, that guy never goes back to sleep. Right? But I think
I'll save her.
Continue might undo that. I'll have to see, because I might have fucked it up for good now. He's awake. Oh shit, we got another 500 bits from Knight to save Meryl. Is he still asleep? Okay, he is. To continue. Doesn't fuck with that. Let me add this real quick. That was save. Oh, okay, cool. Shit, I need to remember this for next time. They don't actually have the call about guy sleeping. Unless you come back after, I guess.
Anyway, hurry up.
Damn, that sucks. Alright, fuck it. We'll just pick up the suppressor and leave then. It's crucial that we keep him asleep though, which means not getting any alerts in here. Unless you die and continue, so it doesn't save it. If I get an alert and then get a checkpoint, he's never going to go back to sleep again. So yeah, it actually is pretty useless. Just come up here to get the suppressor. There's a detail I want to show about the suppressor, but it requires getting an alert, so it would cause an alert rather. So it's actually kind of productive. Damn. Okay, so we just pick up the suppressor, then go fight Ocelot with the suppressor, which basically does nothing except making the cutscene make sense with the suppressor showing up. And then we come back up here and look at the guy who's sleeping. By then, they should only talk about they'll talk about it because there isn't whatever's going on right now which is finding Baker instead. Damn. Okay, I forgot that's how it works, but I remember actually having this problem before. They just don't talk about it. I want to say sometimes they just don't talk about it, period. It's like it glitches out or something. Anyway, we'll see after the Ocelot fight. First, let's do a few things here. We can pick up C4 and the grenades, and we can. We don't have the thermal goggles, but if we had the thermal goggles, we could see that the traps actually light up as a heat source, just to warn you about them, I guess. Could be a call about them too. I think that they even tell you about the thermals.
Snake, be careful. There are trapdoors near there, and the fall will kill you. Stay close up against the wall, and you should be okay. You should be able to see where the trapdoors are if you use your thermal goggles.
And we're not gonna have those for a while. Get some stun grenades in here to fuck with Ocelot. These 2 rooms on the side are kind of optional. Of course, did you make a different sound? You knock on them.
The walls that were cemented over should look slightly different. Look at the walls carefully in first-person view mode. Try to find the walls that have a different pattern.
Did you try hitting the wall? Maybe it'll sound different too.
Those C4 explosives you've got should be able to destroy the walls that were cemented over.
More traps in here. You can get your C4 back. Let's do these weapon calls. We already did a stun chef grenade.
Good. You found a SOCOM. That's a Special Operations Command pistol. It's a 45 caliber pistol with plenty of stopping power. It's also equipped with a LAM for nighttime combat. If you hold down the weapon button, you can train the laser sight on the enemy to help you aim. If you find a SOCOM suppressor, you can equip that too. That pistol was designed specifically for use by special forces, so I think it will be useful. Some people find it a little heavy and hard to use, but it shouldn't be a problem for you.
Oh, the bean.
You found some grenades. Just pull the pin and it explodes after 5 seconds. You can get a lot done during those 5 seconds, Snake. How you use them is up to you.
You know, weird call, just talking about the 5 seconds. The mention of destructive power, shrapnel, how it works. Oh yeah, C4.
That is C4 explosive, a plastic explosive with a texture similar to clay, so you can shape it in almost any way you want. Although it has 1.4 times the destructive power of dynamite, it is highly stable and won't explode without a detonating device, even if it is shot, burned, or beaten. You are using a wireless detonator, yes? The detonator is equipped with a scrambler, so you don't have to worry about interference from any other radio source. Make sure you are sufficiently far enough away when it goes off. Also, as you know, the sound of the explosive will alert your enemies, so be careful.
Hey, I don't know. Something to mess with Ocelot more effectively. I'm going to hurt myself a little bit with this explosion. They're gonna have to die to Ocelot. It's just easier if you're not full health. First, we open up the path, and then we go get the checkpoint, so we don't have to keep doing it. We're gonna go through here a couple times. For one thing, if we look inside here, we can already see Baker. And of course, we aim somewhat first person. A line.
What are you aiming at?
You shoot him. You can hear Ocelot in the background saying, "What are you aiming at?" There's some people out there who think he's saying, "You maniac." No. He's clearly saying, "What are you aiming at?"
What are you aiming at?
But, of course, if you kill him too many times... I mean, if you kill him too many... If you shoot him too many times... Yeah, it doesn't call you a maniac. It calls you an idiot. Or you stupid fool if you're playing Twin Snakes. Yes, this is a bit of a spoiler. Not that you would know about it first time you play. Okay, next we can just start we could do the intro with Ocelot, the boss fight, but we're gonna fuck with it a little bit.
Am I too late? He's alive. You're the Arms Tech president, Kenneth Baker, right? Don't worry. I'm here to save you.
No, don't touch it!
C4.
Right. Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man. So you're the one that the boss keeps talking about.
And you?
Special Operations Foxhound. Revolver Ocelot. I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake. Now we'll see if the man can live up to the legend. This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt Single Action Army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves. Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver.
Funny he says that. More than enough to kill anything that moves. But if you're full health, he can't kill you. He's not accounted for iframes. That's why I lowered my health a little bit, so now he can actually kill me without reloading. So, if you die to Ocelot 5 times, you have to die to his direct gunfire. It can't be through triggering the trap, the C4, killing Baker or whatever else, or killing yourself. Maybe killing yourself? I haven't checked actually if killing yourself counts. But the reason that triggering the C4 or killing Baker doesn't count is because it's, if you look carefully, it's only Baker's health bar that goes down to 0 when well, obviously when you shoot him, but also when the explosives are triggered. Like, that doesn't count. It's only Baker that's dying. You actually don't take any damage. Nice. Okay, that didn't count. So we only have 1 death to Ocelot. I'm actually curious if killing yourself counts. So we'll test that out. I already know that you need exactly 5 deaths to him for it to count. Oh, actually, I don't know. I don't want to risk it. I'll do it some other time. I'll make sure I die 5 times to his gunfire. So that's 2. Wow, this boss fight is hard. I keep dying. Just kidding. That's number 3. I don't think it matters. They don't have to be in a row. No. Well, if it doesn't work for some reason now, then maybe. Well, yeah. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. That was 3. Okay, this is 4. Hard game. Hard boss. Okay, this will be number 5. Yeah, you can sidestep. It moves your entire character model and hitbox in just 1 and 2. And you sidestep like that. And his bullets do move slowly. Relatively speaking. He has, there's even a call about it. You know, the muzzle velocity 45 Colt is pretty slow. That's actually reflected, and that enables you to just fucking sidestep. You dodge. Okay, that was 5. That will do to fight somewhat normally. First we'll let him talk a little bit.
I love to reload during a battle. There's nothing like the feeling of slamming a long silver bullet into a well-greased chamber. All right, I'm alive. Let's go. You better hurry up. The old man's not gonna last too long. Don't you want to settle this? I love the smell of Porto.
Shut the fuck up, Baker. He does shut up for like a second when you do that.
The smell of your own.
Maybe we should have a Baker emote. See how it starts playing the line? What are you aiming at? But it interrupts it because it's not as much damage, I guess. It's kind of weird. God, shut the fuck up. Now for hiding, let me do this.
Hiding won't help you. I understand the bullet shots. I make him go when I want.
That's all of his lines. Wait a minute. All the stuff he says when he reloads, you can also blind him with a stun grenade. And he says, I can't see. You can punch him. It doesn't seem to do any damage to him. Let's try a couple more. I need to do this in lower difficulty. More stun grenades or something. I don't think it does any damage to him, though. If it does, it's just infinitely small. You'd think after 3 hits, it would show up. I don't know, I'll have to try on like easy or some shit. We can also hit Ocelot with C4. If I place a C4, maybe around here. Obviously we want it far from the other C4. Let's see if that works. Hit that laugh. Nice. Nah, he says he laughs like that when he gets away from you. I forgot he did that actually. Yeah, this isn't exactly a normal Ocelot fight, but whatever. Ooh. Sometimes when you sidestep, if you're behind a pillar, he thinks you're hiding, so he does that. It hits you anyway. Anyway, let's do the calls here. Yeah, the grab doesn't do anything.
About Foxhound. Ask Dr. Naomi.
Revolver Ocelot is a former member of Spetsnaz.
Spetsnaz.
After the fall of the Soviet Union, he apparently served in the Russian tax police's elite SWAT team. After that, he joined the SVR, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Agency, which was formerly a part of the KGB. But according to my sources, he was dissatisfied with the rigid system of the KGB and wanted to get out. That's when he was recruited by Foxhound. He's a gun fanatic and totally obsessed with cowboy movies and spaghetti westerns. He's also something of a sadist. He learned the most advanced torture techniques while he was with Spetsnaz.
Yeah, he had plenty of practice. Lubyanka
The second time she says it normally.
Inside KGB headquarters. In a gunfight, reloading is usually the most dangerous time. But he loves it. Use that to your advantage. You'll have to take him out when he's reloading. Can you see where his number of remaining bullets is displayed on the screen? Wait for the right moment, and then take him out. Make sure President Baker doesn't get hurt. If he's killed, it's all over. Try not to cross over that yellow line, or you might set off the explosion.
Good thing I didn't beat the shit out of him or anything.
You might also try to phase him with a stun grenade. If you get too close to Ocelot, he'll run away and shoot you from a distance, so be careful. Don't forget that President Baker is there. He's wrapped up in C4, so don't use any type of explosive near him.
I did that too. Fuck.
The muzzle velocity of a bullet fired from a revolver is slower than one fired from an automatic. That's bad for you. The slower a gun's muzzle velocity, the more damage it does. That's because the bullet will tend to lodge in the body instead of going right through. Those kind of wounds take a long time to heal. Sometimes they never do. I think that's part of the reason he likes that gun. He's a real sick puppy, that Ocelot.
It's a sick puppy.
The
It's
biggest
a cat.
drawback to a revolver is the reload time. That's your chance.
It's not exactly how it works, but whatever. It does allow us to dodge his gunfire because it's slower.
He's using a single-action army? The first model of that gun was made in 1873, over 130 years ago. Today, they're still being made in small numbers, but that's just for collectors and such. Nobody uses them in combat anymore. The biggest drawback to revolver-style handguns is reload time. That's your chance.
I think we'll end it here. But all the dying I've been doing, I'm gonna change something. On.
Wait a minute.
And it feels weird to do this fight with a suppressor. Also, the difficulty level influences his walking speed. I guess that's a little more annoying than to keep up with him. On extreme, he's pretty fast. Oh shit, he did that shit again. So now that the fight is over, you might be familiar with the fact that he says you're pretty good, right? Classic. But since we died 5 times to him, if you do that, he doesn't say you're pretty good. The game actually keeps count of it, and if you die too many times to Ocelot, he will say something different. You're pretty shit. And on top of that, when he gets his hand cut off, he doesn't say, "Oh, my hand." He just screams in pain, which is another difference with his different dialogue from dying to him.
I'm disappointed. You're no match for the boss. Playtime's over, friend. You're not cut out for war. Don't worry. I'll kill you quickly. What? Stealth camouflage.
This is probably also gonna make Mantis talk shit. You're a poor warrior. You're a poor warrior. Not suited for his. He talks shit in some ways. Oh, we should fall into some traps. I want to change Mantis's dialogue about. You're careful. He's looting traps. No. We'll fall in the traps a few times. There's actually a pretty complex combination of things that Mantis can say depending on your number of saves, your gameplay stats, you know, like you die, you get caught, you fall in the traps, all that stuff.
Can you talk?
Who are you?
I'm not one of them. The DARPA chief told me he gave them his detonation code. What about yours?
Oh, I get it. Jim sent you. You're from the Pentagon.
Answer my question. What about your code? There's no time.
I talked.
What? Now the terrorists have both codes and can launch any time.
It's not like I didn't fight. I managed to resist Psycho Mantis's mind probe.
He couldn't read you? How'd you do it?
Surgical implants in my brain.
Surgical implants?
Kind of like a psychic insulation. Everyone who knows these top secret codes has it.
Even the DARPA chief?
Of course.
But the DARPA chief said Mantis got his code by reading his mind.
Are you sure you heard him right?
Yeah, I'm sure. In that case, how did they get your code?
I never had any training on how to resist torture.
It looks like he had some fun with you, all right.
Oh, he's not human. I tell you, he loved every second of it.
What happened to your arm?
He broke it.
Looks like you're more than even now. His was sliced off.
Ha, you're a funny man. So the DARPA chief, is he okay?
Dead.
What? Can't be. You know, that's not what you promised, Jim. Now you want to shut me up?
Calm down. What's wrong with you? I just told you I was here to save you. I didn't kill the DARPA chief. He had a heart attack or something.
A heart attack? Oh, don't be a fool.
Anyway, the terrorists have both codes now.
Those boys are totally insane. They wouldn't hesitate to launch.
I agree, but what do they really want?
Oh, who knows? Maybe they're like us in the arms industry, always looking forward to the next good war.
Well, I'm not gonna let these maniacs start a war today. You still have the card keys?
Card keys?
To override the detonation code. I heard you had them.
No, not anymore.
What? Who does then? Not the terrorists?
No, that woman.
Woman? Who?
A soldier that was thrown in prison along with me.
A female soldier, it must be.
She said she had just joined up as a new recruit. They threw her in prison because she refused to take part in the rebellion.
A new recruit? Could that be the Colonel's niece?
I gave her the key. Looks like she managed to break out of here, though. I hope she's okay.
I'm sure she is. She's green, but as tough as they come. But how did you know she escaped?
I was in contact with her by codec. Until I was tied up here, that is.
Codec?
Yes, she stole it from the guard. If she still has it, you should be able to contact her.
I'm sure she still has it. What frequency was she at?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, it's... Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Damn!
Oh, that's right. It should be on the back of the CD case. Try to contact her.
I'll contact her right away. But tell me, if this doesn't work, is there some other way to prevent the missile launch?
You need to find Hal Emmerich, one of my employees.
Who's that?
The team leader of the Metal Gear Rex project. A genius at engineering, but a little bit of an oddball. If there's anyone who can figure out how to stop Metal Gear from launching, it's him.
What if he can't come up with anything?
You'll have to destroy it. Emmerich knows how to destroy Metal Gear.
Where is this Emmerich?
Well, he's probably being held somewhere in the nuclear warhead storage building. It's north from here. That's where he worked.
I understand, but why Metal Gear? The nuclear age ended with the turn of the millennium.
Oh, you're wrong. The threat of nuclear war isn't gone. In fact, it's greater than it's ever been. The amount of spent nuclear fuel and plutonium is increasing even today. Listen, have you ever seen a warehouse full of nuclear material?
No.
Drums and drums of nuclear waste stacked this high, as far as you can see. Because there's still no real way to dispose of the stuff.
So they just close the lid and try to pretend like it'll go away?
Essentially, yes. And they're not even doing a good job of storing it. Many of the drums are corroded, with nuclear waste seeping out of them.
Unbelievable.
Not only that, but several pounds of MUF are reported every year.
MUF?
It stands for material unaccounted for. It proves that there's a large and well-organized black market in nuclear materials. Furthermore, since the end of the Cold War, Russian nuclear engineers in particular are out of work with no way to turn. In other words, there's plenty of available nuclear material and scientists for making a bomb. We live in an age when any small country can have a nuclear weapons program.
What about the other superpowers?
Russia and China still maintain a significant nuclear presence. Complete nuclear disarmament is an impossibility. To maintain our own policy of deterrence, we need a weapon of overwhelming power.
You mean Metal Gear?
Yes. You know our industry suffered quite a blow as a result of the cuts in military budgets due to this so-called peace.
I remember hearing a lot about mergers and takeovers among the big weapons makers.
Yes. And after my company lost their bid to produce the Air Force's next line of fighter jet, the Metal Gear system was our last ace in the hole. That's why we pushed to have Metal Gear developed as a black project.
Black project?
Secret projects paid for by the Pentagon's black budget. You can avoid a lot of red tape and get a great lead time on your weapons production. And no one can bother you. Not even those bleeding heart liberals on the Military Oversight Committee.
Bribes.
I prefer to think of it as good business. Anyway, Metal Gear was going to be formally adopted after the results of this exercise were analyzed.
I don't give a crap about you and your company.
Yes, that's about what I'd expect from a grunt like you. Here, this is what you came for, right?
What's that?
An optical disc. It's all here. The main hard drive was destroyed by gunfire. This is the only remaining copy of the data.
What kind of data?
All the data collected from this exercise. Don't play dumb. I know you were sent to get this. I hid it from that sadistic maniac while he was torturing me. They don't know this disc exists. Make sure you report this to Jim. To your boss. I'll give you my card too. It'll open up all security level 2 doors.
Can you walk?
No. No, you go on without me. They got my password. They don't want anything else from me.
I have one more question. Who or what was that ninja thing? It looked like you knew something.
That ninja? That was Foxhound's dark little secret.
Dark little secret?
An experimental genome soldier.
You know him?
You should ask Dr. Naomi Hunter from Foxhound. She knows better than I.
Naomi?
You've got to stop them. If it goes public, my company and I are finished.
What? Doesn't Metal Gear use currently existing technology?
Metal Gear itself does, but... What did you do to me? Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be. Those Pentagon bastards. So, they actually went and did it.
What are you talking about?
They're just using you for...
What the hell? Colonel, are you listening? Now he's dead too.
I have no idea.
Don't lie to me.
It looked like another heart attack, but...
Some kind of poison?
Well, there are lots of drugs that can cause a heart attack in large doses. For example, potassium chloride or dioxides, but we won't be able to tell without doing an autopsy.
Damn!
Snake, I want you and Meryl to work together.
Can I trust her?
More than you can trust me. Get in contact with her.
Snake, there's a lot of electrical interference coming from there. It should be okay if you do burst transmission like us, but normal transmission is probably impossible. Try moving away from that area.
Snake, get a hold of yourself.
Naomi, what the hell was that ninja thing? A member of Foxhound?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, we have no one like that in our unit.
Is that right?
Snake, I'm counting on you.
Lick the inside of my hand real quick. Jaffa with the actual 9 years, 108 mods. Shit, thank you. Cinematic camera angle. Poor Baker died. Finally warned humanity about the dangers of muff. Several pounds of it. Oh, that's a cool one. I don't see that one a lot. Going through ceiling there. Nice.
The DARPA chief and President Baker. So now the terrorists know both detonation codes.
Yeah, and on top of that, they both died right in front of my eyes.
Snake, Now that the terrorists have both detonation codes, the only way to stop a nuclear launch is to either use the detonation code release keys that Meryl's holding, or
find the Metal Gear chief engineer that President Baker mentioned, Hal Emmerich.
In any case, you should contact Meryl by codec. Wasn't her frequency written on the back of the CD case?
Back of the CD case, huh? Not to be confused with the disc that Baker gives you. Besides, he tells you about Meryl's frequency being on the back of the CD case before he even gives you this disc. And this is not a CD anyway. It's a MO disc. It's not a floppy disk either, even though it looks like one. It's a magnetic optical disc, also known as a MO disc. Yeah, this doesn't do a whole lot, except that Ocelot gets it during the torture. Like I was saying earlier, we'll have to try lower difficulties if it actually gives you Meryl's frequency or something. But the way you're actually supposed to do it, again, PS3 is superior for this. Imagine being able to look at the manual while you're in the game. Seriously. I'm curious if what other consoles, and just one is on, can do this. Come on. So on top of the manual, we also had the front and the back. So there it is, the back cover. Meryl 140.15. They had to make this look as epic as possible for the American audience. Yeah, the tank, the gas mask, PSU-1 with thermal goggles. Oh man, Ninja, of course. Nice. There's a lot of cool shit in the manual. Highly recommend taking a look at it. Yeah, if we had the radar on right now, we'd be able to see the jamming interference. You can't call people in short range frequency. So naturally, even if you know Meryl's frequency, you cannot. Oh wait, that's not her frequency. But still, you can't call her in here. This is another detail the Twin Snakes gets wrong. They specifically tell you, yeah, there's a lot of electrical interference from them. Try moving away from there to call her. But if you find Twin Snakes, you can call her right away. It was kind of disappointing. But the weird thing is, you know who else is on their base? Maybe we shouldn't be able to call. Maybe it works differently. I don't know. But I don't know, this guy.
First, the DARPA chief, and then President Baker die of a heart attack?
Yeah, smells pretty rotten to me. Master, do you know anything?
Maybe they just did it to hide.
But there's definitely
I
something
don't know.
going on.
Hide the
Keep
twist.
your eyes open out there.
Hey, Zipster with 31 months, thank you. We have a bunch of muff calls now. Sunbro, thank you for 5 months.
Just like Baker said, we are facing increasing danger from
Dangers
stored
of
nuclear
muff.
materials. You see, there are 3 elements necessary in the manufacture of nuclear weapons: nuclear materials, nuclear engineers, and manufacturing technology. All 3 of them can easily be acquired by either legal or illegal means. If you have enough money, that is. They say that there are 500,000 nuclear engineers in the world. But after the end of the Cold War, the demand for nuclear engineers dropped precipitously. In the Eastern Bloc countries in particular, there is a tremendous brain drain. They cannot keep their scientists in the country. And each year, more and more nuclear engineers go to work for the highest bidder. Just like Baker said, each year, there are more and more cases of muff coming from the nuclear material storage facilities. That stands for material unaccounted for. It means that someone is stealing nuclear materials and probably selling them on the black market. After the fall of the Soviet Union, the nuclear management program fell to pieces. In the late 1990s, there were rumors that nearly 100 suitcase-sized nuclear bombs mysteriously disappeared from the Soviet arsenal. We still do not know whether it is true or not, but it is possible that they fell into the hands of terrorists. It looks like the DARPA chief and the Arms Tech president both agree on the concept of maintaining a dominant nuclear arsenal. They are big on the nuclear deterrent theory. The idea behind a nuclear standoff is that both countries would be too afraid to use a nuclear weapon for fear of a nuclear reprisal. In other words, the only thing preventing a country from totally devastating another country with nuclear weapons is the fear of a nuclear counterstrike. Those two probably feel that Metal Gear will further promote that security. The right-wingers believe that as long as any country has nuclear weapons, they must have them as well. That is why they will never be in favor of the total elimination of nuclear weapons. And with each new country that acquires nuclear capabilities, the need for maintaining the counterstrike threat increases. As long as the nuclear deterrent policy continues, we will never be rid of nuclear weapons. The theory of nuclear deterrence was born during the Cold War, at a time of great suspicion between the US and the USSR. The great gulf between the ideologies of East and West caused a dramatic escalation in the arms race. And this escalation of the arms race in turn fueled mutual distrust and fear between the world's two great superpowers. The last half of the 20th century was shaped by the policy of nuclear deterrence. But the world has changed. The Cold War has ended, and we are now living in a world where small regional conflicts are breaking out all over. Things are not so simple anymore, and the policy of nuclear deterrence is obsolete. Most of these regional conflicts are the result of age-old enmities between different ethnic groups and religions. In those cases, the hatred often runs so deep that rationality is thrown out the window. For people such as them, the fear of a counterstrike often means little, and that is why the nuclear deterrence policy has lost much of its efficacy. A nuclear standoff is not a sufficient deterrent in the current world climate. The right-wingers believe that as long as any...
Okay, shit. Stop now. And I was playing this game when I was like 8, 9 years old.
What was that noise?
It's incredible that view things that it gives you wouldn't have access to otherwise. I was gonna leave, but then I remembered you can just clear this area. Get the fam ass. I should turn. Get him too. This room seems a little sus.
It looks like the place is protected by infrared sensors. Somehow you'll have to make it past the beams.
Snake, that room is set with infrared sensors. You should be able to see them if you had some smoke. Cigarette smoke or something.
Sorry, but these are smokeless cigarettes.
You mean those cigarettes that are designed to cut down on secondhand smoke? Oh, well, don't worry. If you blow the smoke in the direction of the infrared sensors, you should be able to see them. That was a good idea, bringing the cigarettes, but don't smoke too much. Cigarettes make you weak in mind and body. They are bad for you.
She says with a cigarette in her mouth. Okay. Now we'll do some more smoking related stuff. couple people in here that all they're going to talk about is lasers. Oh man, if you get through the VR, it's worth it just for all the crazy shit you unlock. Yeah, there's a lot of repetitive like weapon stuff, but it's kind of worth it to unlock the juicy stuff.
That is a FAMAS. It is a bullpup-style assault rifle. It is durable and easy to use. Very resistant to overheating. It is a reliable weapon with smooth action. It can fire up to 1,000 rounds per minute. On full auto, you will empty a 25-round magazine in a few seconds.
There's another option, Maddie. Think about it. Oh, technically, I guess PS3 is a way of emulation, but technically it's a form of emulation. But no, we're on PS3.
Nuclear weapons, nuclear reactors, hazardous waste. We are constantly being exposed to plutonium and other radioactive materials. Compared to that, smoking seems not so bad, no?
Oh man, there's lots of good stuff in MGS1 VR. There's ninja mode, there's mystery, there's a variety. This is really good. There's puzzle. All those. What are we doing? Oh, that's right. All the smoke related stuff. Not gonna like it.
Are you smoking?
Yeah, so what?
Didn't you know that cigarettes contain benzopyrene, a chemical that leads to lung cancer? We now know that when benzopyrene enters the body, it changes to benzopyrene diolipoxide, BPDE, and attaches to the receptors on the p53 gene, the gene which causes lung cancer. The BPDE attaches to the p53 gene in 3 specific locations and causes precancerous changes to the lung tissue.
You know a lot about science, but you don't know how good a cigarette tastes in the morning.
What's up, Snake?
Snake, are you smoking a cigarette? Cigarettes are poison. They kill people. Didn't you hear what Dr. Naomi said? He that cuts off 20 years of life cuts off so many years of fearing death. Is that why you smoke, Snake? You're too afraid of life?
Jeez. It's funny because Naomi's the one who's gonna die of cancer. Oh well. Let's actually wait before we call Meryl. Let's go to the first floor. Because if you call Meryl from another area, when you change areas, she instantly opens the door. But if you call her here, you have a little bit of time before she calls you in real time. And we can fuck around with a couple other things meanwhile.
Who are you?
I was really impressed with the way you busted yourself out of there.
The one from the prison?
You're the Colonel's niece, Meryl, right?
No, it's not him. Just exactly who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
You came by yourself? You think you're some kind of one-man army? You're not even armed.
I appreciate your help from before, but I don't need lectures. You're just like your uncle, you know?
How do you know my uncle?
We go way back.
What's your name?
My name's not important.
Aha. Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
That's what some people call me.
The legendary Solid Snake? You? Sorry about before. I wasn't sure if you were one of the good guys.
But I knew you were.
How?
It's your eyes.
My eyes?
They're not soldiers' eyes.
And they're rookies' eyes, right?
No, they're beautiful, compassionate eyes.
Oh, just what I'd expect from the legendary Solid Snake. You trying to sweep me off my feet?
Don't worry, you'll land back on them once you meet me. The reality is no match for the legend, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Why did you look so surprised when you saw my face?
Because you look just like him.
You mean the terrorist leader, Liquid Snake?
Yeah, you know him? You're not brothers, are you?
I have no family.
So what's the deal then?
Who knows? Why don't you ask him? But first I want some information. You were involved in this exercise from the beginning. What exactly happened here?
I'm sorry. I was captured along with President Baker right after the terrorist attack.
That's okay. But what is this place? I don't think it's just a nuclear weapons disposal facility.
Boy, oh boy, it's just like them. Nobody told you anything, did they? Okay, you see, this place isn't really for disposing nuclear weapons. This base is owned and operated by a dummy corporation of arms tech.
This is a civilian base?
Right, for the development of Metal Gear.
Colonel.
Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces were called here for the test launching of a dummy nuclear warhead.
Why Foxhound?
Because they're a special ops group used to handling top-secret missions. They figured they could help keep it all hush-hush.
But we must have fired nuclear warheads before. Why just this time?
I heard it was because this was to be a final test before the formal adoption of the Metal Gear program. Well, that's what I heard anyway.
Sounds kind of fishy. So what do you think the terrorists want?
Sorry. I'm not sure. I was captured with President Baker right after the revolt started.
Oh yeah, that's when he gave you the detonation code override keys, right?
That's right.
Amazing you were able to keep him hidden from the guards.
Well, women have more hiding places than men. Anyway, you met Baker, huh? How's he holding up?
He's dead.
What?
Heart attack. Same as the DARPA chief.
The chief died from a heart attack too?
Yeah. Was either of them sick or anything?
No, not that I heard of.
Well, I don't believe in coincidences. Something funny's going on.
Sounds like it, but I have no idea what.
Me neither. Yet. Do you know the person who designed Metal Gear?
You mean Dr. Emmerich?
Yes. Is he still alive?
Probably. He should be in the research lab in the second-floor basement of the nuclear warhead storage building to the north.
Second-floor basement?
Yeah, that's where his lab is. I think they're forcing him to work on the nuclear launching program.
So they'll need him alive until that's done anyway.
Then we'd better do something before he finishes.
You're right. In case we can't override the detonation code in time, I need to ask him how to destroy Metal Gear.
You plan to take that thing on by yourself, Snake?
It won't be the first time.
Ah.
What's the best way to get to the building where the doctor is being held?
There's a cargo door on the first floor of this building that leads to the north.
What's the security level of the door there?
5. But it's okay. I've got a level 5 card.
Well, I've got to go save the doctor. You should go.
I'm going with you.
No way. You're still too green. I want you to hide somewhere.
I'm not green.
Oh, yes you are. You pause for just 1 second in front of your enemy and it's all over. Good luck doesn't last forever.
I don't know what happened. I just couldn't pull the trigger right away. I never had any problems in training, but when I thought about my bullets tearing through those soldiers' bodies, I hesitated.
Shooting at targets and shooting at living, breathing people are different.
Ever since I was a little girl, I always dreamed about being a soldier. Every day of my life, I've trained my mind and body for the one day when I could finally see some real action, and now...
So what now? You want to quit?
I can't quit. I can't allow myself to quit now.
Listen, Meryl. Everybody feels sick the first time they kill someone. Unfortunately, killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it. In a war, all of mankind's worst emotions, worst traits come out. It's easy to forget what a sin is in the middle of a battlefield.
But this isn't a war. It's a terrorist action.
You're just a little jumpy from the combat high. The adrenaline in your bloodstream is starting to thin out. Just take it easy.
But I learned all about combat high at the academy.
We'll talk about it later. For now, just think about keeping yourself alive.
If I get out of here alive, I'll think about that other stuff.
Okay. Let me try to say this another way. Stay the hell out of my way.
You're a real bastard. Just like my uncle said.
Huh. I told you. The real me is no match for the legend.
It looks like you were right. Okay, Snake. I'll be a good girl.
We'll link up after I grab the doctor. Then we'll take care of the detonation code override.
Gotcha. But listen, I know this area better than you. Call me if you have any questions.
Be careful, okay?
After.
Oops. Uh-oh, that was the last line. Captain Laser Pants with 16 months, thank you. Okay, so let's go mess with the sleeping guy here. Hopefully he's still asleep. Okay. Now we should be able to get the call about it. Didn't break for some reason.
Even though the genome soldiers are strengthened by gene therapy, they still need to sleep. You can move safely while they're napping.
The genome soldiers were specially trained so they can enter into a light sleep anytime and still remain in attack posture. Be careful not to make noise when you're near them.
When they're yawning, their eyes are closed, so they shouldn't be able to see you. Be careful with your timing, and you'll be okay.
It's actually the exact opposite. When they're yawning, that's where their eyes open. Can't see it because we don't have the radar, but every once in a while he's gonna wake up, yawn. Yeah, the radar, we could see that his vision appears for a second, and then he goes back to sleep. I'm not sure why they tell you that. But the interesting thing is, these guys are actually talking in their sleep. They must be dreaming about finding Snake or something. Spotting the intruder. A little hard to do because you have to be really close without waking him up. Now he's yawning. Goes back to sleep, and now Meryl has to open the door.
Snake, I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Thanks. Where are you?
Where I can see ya.
Don't move around too much.
Don't worry, I'm disguised in this enemy uniform.
You won't be for long with the way you walk.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Listen, Snake, the cargo door is like an airlock. It's equipped with infrared sensors. Be careful. If an intruder is sensed, gas is released.
Gas?
Okay, so we'll meet at the nuclear warhead storage building.
Wait, you said you'd stay put and be a good girl.
I changed my mind.
Don't get careless. That's when things always turn sour.
Sorry, but this is the only way I can figure out whether or not I'm cut out to be a soldier. I gotta get my hands dirty.
These guys are professionals. You're gonna get yourself killed.
See you there.
I'm playing the PSN version on PS3. Alright, let's see if we can hear this guy in his sleep. A little hard to do. Gotta be really close. Doing first person. Come on, is this? It's gotta be close enough. Come on. Oh shit. Dang it. Now we gotta die or he's never gonna go back to sleep again. That was definitely too close. That's annoying. You know what? I won't even call Meryl until we get it. He'd still be asleep now. Okay. Come on, say it.
Who's that?
There you go. Who's that? They say that when they find you, when they spot you. So, you must be dreaming about finding Snake? There you go again. Like, what? I wonder if it's some sort of glitch or it's actually intended, but... Yeah, he's dreaming about finding Snake. Yeah, it's really hard to do. But anyway, let's just do the Meryl thing quickly again. Blah, 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 blah. And this is also where we pick up the suppressor. And there's a little detail to the suppressor that not even the other games later in the series have. It's unique to MGS1. Okay. Find this other guy here. Let's wait for him to come up here. If you're really, really close to somebody, even with the suppressed gun, they can still hear it. Shit. Well, clearly, if I'm in front of him, he's gonna notice. I forgot that he turns this way first. Oh well, it doesn't matter now. And he said, "Who's that?" Hey, let's go back there. Okay, where is he going? Oh, that was the upstairs guy. Really? And where is the guy who's down here? Ah, there he is. We're always calling at the worst time. The guy who's on the radio is up in the sky somewhere. Let's not do that again. If I'm behind him and I fire my suppressed gun like that close, he still notices. He turns around for a second and then he alerts. Just strangely realistic of the suppressor's behavior in this game. And that's only in MGS1. It's crazy. Did we get the ration back? Nope. Oh well. Let's get the box in here. You gotta be really close to them, but they do hear it.
What have you got there? A cardboard box?
Yeah, remember that trick?
That's the Snake I remember. Those poor fools won't know what hit them.
A cardboard box, huh? Just like Zanzibar.
It saved my skin more than a few times in Outer Heaven, too.
Getting the maximum use out of ordinary on-hand objects is the first principle of survival. It's especially important in covert operations.
I haven't forgotten what you taught me.
So he says just like Zanzibar, that is Zanzibar Land, Metal Gear 2, yeah, where you have Miller. So he would know about that. And the Snake adds Save My Skin, Outer Heaven, Metal Gear 1 a few times as well. Which is kind of accurate because Miller wasn't in Metal Gear 1, despite the thing we got in Ground Zeroes that suggests otherwise, but whatever. And we'll go over it once we get to it. Another couple Scalds.
A cardboard box? I heard stories from my uncle, but I always thought he was pulling my leg. I've got no comment.
It's interesting, the subtitles say, I've got no comment. That's a different call.
A cardboard box. A cardboard box usually consists of a thin pasteboard with a corrugated paper center. They are usually made of recycled paper. It was first invented in Europe over 100 years ago. It was originally used to absorb one's sweat when wearing hats. With the same amount of wood to make one wooden box, you can make 6 or 7 cardboard boxes. And since it's recyclable, it's highly economical. In addition, it's strong and easy to store. That's why it's widely used for packing. But to avoid damaging weapons and other delicate instruments when shipping them, they should be packed in stronger boxes like wood or something. Also, the crevices should be filled with styrofoam to prevent them from moving around.
Yeah, tell that to High Point.
What's with the box?
Oh, nothing. No big deal.
No big deal. Maybe Snake is too embarrassed to tell Nastasha what he's actually using the box for. Yeah, let me give you a complete background on what the box is and what it's made for, what it's made of. And we don't really need to go all the way there. That's level 4 door that's now closed, it's locked. We'll come back later, I think, and get the thermal goggles in there. Right now, so instead of going the right way, we're going the wrong way. Because there's a little follow-up call with Meryl. If we go all the way back to the heliport. Yeah, I didn't realize until recently, actually, doing a side-by-side comparison with the Master Collection and then the actual PS1 disc on PS3, that the version I'm playing, the PSN digital version, is actually kind of a weird resolution, where it's a little squished around the edges. So like, for example, oh fuck, I don't have a ration, but okay, you see the circle, when it says press circle to zoom in, the circle is not perfect circle, it's like oval. Same thing with a ration icon, it's not perfectly circular. So it is a little bit squished sideways. And I was doing side by side. It's a matter of resolution and whether it's disc or digital, and also the region, whether it's PAL or NTSC, and it's a little bit squished, but whatever. Okay, so now that we're back here at the heliport, we're lost. Where am I going?
Snake, where are you going? The Warhead storage building is north. I can't believe it. Solid Snake is lost. I guess it's true. The reality really can't live up to the legend.
But if you get lost, Meryl starts talking shit. Okay. I don't know if I want to save you now. No radar is just because we're playing on extreme difficulty. If you play on hard or extreme difficulty, there's just no radar. And there's a bunch of other little differences, especially in the boss's behavior and AI. It makes it a little more interesting. It's not just the amount of damage you do and receive. One of the things I really like about the difficulty levels in these games, it changes some of the AI behavior for bosses. We don't have the thermal goggles. We'll just use the cigarettes.
Be careful, Snake. That airlock is set with infrared sensors. You probably can't see them with your naked eyes, but there are infrared beams coming out of that wall. Touch any one of them and the doors will seal off and the place will be flooded with poison gas. Somehow you've got to get through without setting off those sensors.
Scott Flint, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Speaking of things that the difficulty changes, also the speed of these lasers moving around. They're much faster on extreme. Depth perception. Ooh, this is a really fast one. One's a little slower. Get confused, man. Okay. Now we'll get this checkpoint and go back real quick. Mr. Mola, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Okay, now that we got this checkpoint, we can go back. There's a little something funny happens when you get caught in here. Obviously, you die. There's no way to avoid death if you get caught in here. But the funny thing is, so they seal off the exit, and then there's gas, and then you're pretty much dead. There's nothing you can do at this point. But if you try calling people, they've given up on you too. Nobody's picking up. Not even like Mei Ling. You can't save and reload or anything. Like, nobody picks up. They don't give a shit anymore. But the funny thing is, when you do die, what happens in the game over screen? They call you. Like, oh, okay, now you're calling me? Okay.
What's wrong?
Yeah. Okay. That's always been funny to me for some reason. Alright, we got the claymores here. Oh shit, we don't have thermal goggles, that's right. Have to go a little blind. Who could that be?
Snake, be careful. There are claymore mines around there. Use a mine detector.
Who are you?
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? The informant from the Watergate scandal?
Never mind about that.
You're not using burst transmission. Are you nearby?
Listen, there's a tank in front of your position waiting to ambush you.
Who are you anyway?
One of your fans.
Just don't Google my name, Snake. Don't Google Deep Throat. Mei Ling, what can you tell me about Deep Throat?
Mei Ling, how can someone outside of this operation cut into my codec?
You're talking about that guy calling himself Deep Throat. We were monitoring from here.
What about it?
Well, if somebody knows your frequency, they can call you. But the question is, how did he learn it? It's top secret information.
Can you tell me where he called from?
I'm sorry. The signal is too weak to locate its source. But I'm sure he's near you. Somewhere on the base. Be careful, Snake.
Master, does the name Deep Throat mean anything to you?
Deep Throat? What? You mean the guy from Watergate?
No, but he uses the same name. Whoever he is, he's not part of our operation, but he's been giving me advice by codec.
What?
On top of that, he wasn't using burst transmission. It seems he was transmitting from somewhere on this base.
Somewhere on the base?
Yes.
I have no idea who that could be.
I see.
Does the name Deep Throat mean anything to you? What, you mean my browser history?
That area is mined? If you only had a mine detector. After you locate the mines on your radar, crawl forward and retrieve them. Anti-personnel mines have killed over 20,000 non-combatants in the past 30 years. In countries like Cambodia and Nicaragua, the killing and maiming of innocent victims continues long after the wars have ended. It is easy to plant mines, you see, but removing them is a different matter. It requires more time and manpower than anyone is willing to invest. The superpowers need to donate more mine detectors and other equipment to remove them. It is the least we could do after laying them.
If only Mantis would actually read your browser history on PC. Speaking of which, now this is not the Steam version or in PS3.
If you go north from
Yeah, you might have noticed it doesn't sound like shit.
Storage building.
Dr. Emmerich is probably being held there.
You've got to save him and find out how to destroy Metal Gear.
There should be a claimer somewhere around here. Come on. There you go. Yeah, let's get the other one here.
If you only
Actually, talking about the mine. Shit, I really wish I had a ration. We should be able to survive a hit. Hold on. Let me get the checkpoint again, because another Easter egg that has to do with the tank requires actually getting hit by the tank, which is it's not too healthy. It's not really good for you to take tank's main gun to the face. And then there's like 3 different variations of it, so we're gonna have to die 3 times, I guess.
This is Raven's territory. Snakes don't belong in Alaska. I will not let you pass. Send him a message. That's right, you belong on the ground. You should crawl on the ground like the snake you are. Come, let's fight.
One of the things that changes in extreme difficulty is that the tank will start shooting the main gun from the very beginning. It doesn't wait for you to get close. He's already shooting it. Now if we count 7 shells, it's 2, 3... Oh shit. Oh, it didn't count. Okay. 4, 5, 6. We get hit by the 7th. Oof. Comes out and starts flexing on me. So Raven has a couple of different animations, of which you can only do 1 per fight, so let's die. The first time you get hit, depending on which shell hits you. So for the 7th one, he will flex like that. And then I think there's something for the 3rd, from 1 to 3, and then 3 to 6. There's one where he laughs at you in the other 2 instead of flexing, but he laughs in 2 different ways. So what if we get hit by the very first one? It's just a regular point and laugh. Okay. That's like the default one, I guess. The Edge. Got that claimer though. He's still laughing. And I think it changes every 3. So now we'll get hit by the 4th one. And that's the one where he's still laughing at you, but he completely loses his shit doing so. He's like banging on the tank, losing his shit. Oh, and if you die too many times, you get a backseat call here from Nastasia. And he tells you to use the chaff.
M1 tank is equipped with advanced Victronics. Once it locks onto a target, it automatically tracks it. And its main gun is effective up to 3,000 meters. To get close, you'll have to confuse its tracking system. Use your chaff. If you can jam the system and get close enough, it won't be able to use its main gun. Use your chaff the long distance to fool its electronic systems.
For now, we'll get hit by the 4th shell now. It's 1, 2. I'm playing PS3, don't worry. 3, okay. 4. Now he loses his shit. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oof. That was close. We could attempt to do the fight with this much health, but it's probably not a great idea. Yeah, that's probably the best one. The flex is weird. Weird flex. But okay. Alright, let's try to do this fight somewhat properly now. I say somewhat because the tank is still the most random fight in the game on extreme. It's just crazy the amount of shit that can happen. It could be over in 2 seconds or I could die in 2 seconds. Let's see, more backseating from Nastasha. So he has more range, he's faster, and you gotta hit him twice to slow him down on extreme. And he likes to, there you go, go south like that, where the terrain is all, oof. The terrain is irregular, so it's hard to place mines and throw grenades at him. But he's still going full speed, even though we hit the feds once. Oof, come on. Okay, now he's actually slow. Good throw? Nope. Terrible placement. That's gonna suck now, because unless he goes back up there where there's grenades, probably run out. I have one chance to do it. Or we'll have to pick up more grenades.
That M1 tank is equipped with advanced Victronics.
We already did this call, and then there's a call about getting close.
Even if you can get close, the M1 tank's maximum speed is 45 miles per hour. First, you'll have to slow it down. Go after its caterpillars with C4 or grenades. Once it slows down, toss a grenade in the commander's turret. The M1 has exceptionally strong armor. With your weapons, the only way to beat it is to attack the soldiers inside through the hatch. Try to aim at the upper hatch with your grenades.
So if we only get the grenade close enough, it does like half damage, but if we get it exactly in there, it will kill the guy one hit. Nice! On the last grenade. Cool. You hear that sound effect, and you know that the throw was exactly there. And that guy starts out with invincibility frames, so you gotta time it right too.
Well, boss, I hope you are happy. He got the card.
We'll play with him a little longer.
You would be wise not to underestimate him.
What did you think of him?
He is just as you said. In battle, he is as if possessed by a demon. Much like you, I would expect no less.
See? I told you so. But I will kill him.
So, General Ivan, I hear he took your hand as well as your dignity.
Watch your tongue, shaman.
In the language of the Sioux people, Sioux means snake. It is known as an animal to be feared.
Well, Snake is mine now. When I meet him next, I'll take special care of him.
Not yet. Don't kill him yet.
He and I will meet again in battle.
Same prediction as always?
Yes, the raven on my head. It thirsts for his blood.
Okay, so Snake goes through the door in the cutscene, so if we head back real quick, we can still see the tank. We need those, but whatever. Tank's still here. And this is really the only chance you get to see it out in the field like this, because once you come back for the PSG-1 or after the torture and stuff, the tank is gone already. So this is the only time you can sort of mess around with it a little bit. There isn't much to it, it's just cool that it's there. You do the little vent glitch, sometimes you can get on top of it. Let's see. Whoa, almost. Ah, come on. Just teleporting me back and forth. Maybe here? Nope. Come on. Ah. Oh god. Oh, there we go. We are on the tank now. Which still sounds like soft snow. Alright, I'm just gonna drive away in this thing. That would be really stupid if you could just drive a tank through the enemy base in a stealth game. Certainly, they're never gonna do that. Can I have the M2 or something? I don't know.
Look at all these bugs.
This sounds like metal, at least. Imagine that. Ooh, can we get under it? Nah. Fuck it, let's go. Kinda wish we were playing Integral for a minute here, because that's where you get, there's an extra frequency you can call to get some music, especially remixes of Metal Gear 1 and 2 music and some other stuff. It's one of the, it only works in a couple of areas, and that's one of them. That's just the one for now, and then I need to go back outside and get cold weather related calls.
You absolutely must not use weapons in that area.
I've already programmed the nanomachine so that he won't be able to, Colonel.
What? What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten? That's where they keep the nuclear warheads. Can't you see them?
Yeah, there's lots of boxes piled up here, but are they all warheads?
Yes, they're all dismantled warheads.
They just leave them here? It's like President Baker said. Totally careless.
They're working on a limited budget. They try to put on a pretty face for the media, but this is the grim reality of it. Nastasha knows lots more about it than I do.
All of the warheads in those boxes have had their detonation mechanisms removed, so there's no fear of them exploding. But if the warheads are broken, they might leak plutonium, and that would be a serious problem.
Snake, never use your weapon on that floor.
Something funny that I found out about Twin Snakes in this area only recently. Because until recently I wouldn't bother doing some sort of in-depth run, but we did that for the subathon last September. And I found out that all the calls here that Nastasha is supposed to have are missing. Not only they're missing, but instead it plays her background call. Shit, I'm pretty much dead. If you get caught in here without the gas mask, you're dead. You died to the gas anyway, so oops. The one use that the gas mask does have is surviving an alert in this area. But yeah, all of Nastasha's calls about the warheads, the plutonium and shit are gone. They're removed from Twin Snakes, and instead it plays a call that is about her background upbringing, which is supposed to unlock after the Hind. And it's only supposed to play once. Instead, in Twin Snakes, she has that call on repeat here and nothing else. It's really fucking weird. But it wouldn't be the first time that they censor or remove calls from Twin Snakes, because there's others that are missing, including all the Sniper Wolf's death-related calls. Yeah, it's kind of a mess. All the calls here are missing from Twin Snakes. Good remake.
Snake, that is a nuclear warhead storage area.
Are all these filled with nuclear warheads?
Yes, but their detonation mechanisms have been removed.
So I don't have to worry about this island turning into a pile of smoking rubble.
No, but if the casing is damaged, they may be leaking nuclear materials. Please, make sure you do not use your gun around there. Naturally, nuclear weapons contain plutonium. Most of the radiation emitted by plutonium isotopes consists of alpha rays. The ionization effects are strong, but if they are kept in containers, there is no danger of exposure. But if plutonium enters the body through breathing or other contact, it is quickly absorbed into the bones and internal organs. After that, there is no way to remove it. Once that happens, the victim will be constantly exposed to it, and just 1/1,000,000th of a gram of plutonium can cause cancer. That is why a plutonium leak is such a serious danger. Make sure you do not use your gun anywhere near there.
The fuck are you on about, Ryan? Are you just pretending to be dumb? To cause some sort of reaction? I think there was a word for that. What?
Scientists are currently using gene therapy to try and create a microorganism.
If you said Mei Ling, maybe I would believe you.
But they have not yet had any success.
The plutonium version of bioremediation, huh? Instead of processing, what about reusing it? I thought that they were working on using dismantled plutonium for civilian applications.
Exposed
For a time,
by slots.
it looked like there was going to be international cooperation for that. But unfortunately, there was too much mutual suspicion and it all fell apart.
It's Ames that was married to Nastasha, not fucking Solidus. Okay. However, there is a Snake Tale where Mei Ling is dating Solidus. If you had said Mei Ling, I would have almost believed you. In one of the Snake Tales, where they have a bunch of alternate universes colliding, one of them is Mei Ling with Solidus.
The signing of START was a step in the right direction, but it created a flood of dismantled plutonium. Disposing of that plutonium safely is now the biggest challenge facing the world.
Is it though?
Combustion in nuclear reactors, vitrification processing. Lots of suggestions have been made, but in reality, no effective solutions have been found.
The biggest challenge facing the world? I guess to her it's really important.
The signing of START was a step in the right direction.
The biggest challenge. Orcs Dorks, thank you for the 15 months. The interesting fact here that we can learn since we come back in this area in MGS4. MGS4 has the developer podcast commentary. They talk about how in this area they absolutely completely maximized the polygon count that the PS1 could do. And in order to cut down on it, they put these tarps over the crates and the warheads so that it would cut down on the polygon count. So that's why these tarps are here. And also this here kind of looks like a solid metal panel, but an MGS4 is actually a window. You can see through the window that there's many other rooms like this one, which makes sense really because it's supposed to be like a storage facility. There's many more than just these crates here. Oh man, there's even one of those lights here. I don't think this ever comes on, but there's one like this in the dock for the elevator and one for the big door in the blast furnace. I haven't noticed that one actually. I wonder if it's there in MGS4. I have to look at it. I never noticed that light there. I think it's the same one though. Let's see. Oh, there's one here too. Holy shit, I'm starting to see these lights everywhere now. Let's save a little bit. I always neglect meleeing.
What's up, Snake?
Because I don't really need to save, and her calls are a little annoying to get. 'Cause even though she will have new calls, she also repeats her old ones.
Snake, in China they say you must cross the river before you tell the crocodile he has bad bread. Do you know what that means? It means that the wise man avoids danger first. Use your brain to avoid traps and stay away from the enemy.
You must cross the river before you tell him between snakes is good. Get the Nikita here. Or I guess we can take a look at the piss instead. It's more important. Details of the piss in this game. It's steaming hot, and you can hear the sound design that went into it. He's taking a piss. You can hear when he's about to be done. Last few drips. And he shakes it. Zips up. And then he pretends to wash his hands by looking at the mirror there. Burn the sink. Naturally, since he didn't actually wash his hands, we're gonna kill him. This guy was heading back, which means the other guy is about to come out to take his piss. All these guys do is take turns patrolling the room and taking a piss. There he is. He uses a different urinal. Again, the steam is too strong. If you look at it, the frame rate drops. Slow motion piss. Yeah, Hero of Time, I've done that before. You can have them both taking a piss at the same time. Shake it. That's shake. Oh man. That's insane that they gave him a little dick shake animation. Can we get a ration? Cool. Now we can get the Nikita. Oh yeah, let's do the Claymore call as well.
Those are Claymore mines. Unlike other mines, which are planted underground, Claymores are set up above ground and are designed to produce maximum damage in a wide fan-shaped area. When they go off, they spray 700 1.2 millimeter steel pellets in a 60-degree pattern, much like an oversized shotgun. Traditionally, Claymores use a tripwire to set them off, but those Claymores are a new type. They are camouflaged using the new stealth technology and are equipped with sophisticated motion detectors.
Here comes the most unrealistic weapon in MGS1. The only two fake weapons in MGS1 are the Nikita and the Chaff Grenade. And the Chaff Grenade is only half unrealistic. Because Chaff is a real thing, but not Chaff Grenades. But the Nikita is completely fucking absurd the way it works. Well, not so much these days, because I guess we have drones and stuff, but the missile itself being airborne at this slow speed doesn't work. Yeah, it's not too bad.
Those are remote-controlled miniature reconnaissance missiles, sometimes called Nikita missiles. They've got CCD cameras in their nose cones. After you fire them, they'll transmit their visual data to your monitor. You can control their flight freely in all directions. But the missiles have a limited amount of fuel. Watch the gauge carefully. Press the first-person view button to see the missile's visual data. Use them wisely.
I remember being fascinated by these hand dryers when I was a kid. I haven't really encountered any of them in real life until way after I played this game. And there's a little tiny detail about these. If you have rations that are frozen, they will actually thaw your rations out a little faster. It's totally not worth it. It's just a matter of like seconds, but it does unfreeze the ration a little faster if you have frozen rations. I have to wonder though, how the fuck would you get back here with a frozen ration? Maybe with the boxes and fast travel, I don't know. The bathroom where you can see the ghost is the ladies' bathroom. There's can't go in there. You have to go in there when you meet Meryl. You get the picture of the guy in the mirror. Because the ladies' room actually has functional mirrors, but in the men's room, they're like broken. Like they're physically shattered in the game. So I guess that's how they had to do it for the cutscene, I guess, with Meryl in the ladies' room, but they didn't bother with the men's. A lot of this stuff people post on Twitter, yeah. Specifically that ration thing, and a lot of other things actually that I talk about is from Bad Humans. I'm not sure if he's here. If he's here, usually he lurks until I mention his name, and then he comes out of the shadows. But if you guys want to learn some more neat stuff like that, Bad Humans on Twitter. Let's see. He was showing it side by side, and it's literally like 3 seconds, 5 seconds difference. But it does unfreeze the ration a little faster. It's everywhere. That's not even the problem, man. It's the brown streaks everywhere. I was just wondering, where would you freeze a ration and then go back to the bathroom that fast? That's still frozen. I don't know. We'll ask him next time.
Snake, watch out. That place is filled with gas. Also, the floor is electrified. First, destroy the high voltage switch. It's the switchboard on the northwest wall.
But how? I can't reach it.
Use a remote-controlled missile.
Do the rations freeze in the cave? I don't know. I actually don't know. Maybe just outside of the cave where you fight a wolf. That's also outdoors, so maybe. Okay. Let's do a ration there normally. Stun grenades in there. Let's destroy this camera. Damn, I never tried that. The Palki in the cave. Or yeah, maybe the canyon, the tank. You get some air back. Gas mask. Not as cool as Mantis's gas mask. You go in first person. I like how it takes like a second to load. And you can hear Snake's breathing sounds. Another detail that's gone from Twin Snakes. When you equip the gas mask, there's no sound. let's see. The only fucking around I do with the PAL key is in the blast furnace. If you spent like 5 to 10 minutes in there, instead of 1 minute, it takes longer, but you can actually heat up the card the first time you're there, even when you don't know about it. This is the PSN version on PS3. Pretty much the PS1 version, yes. Twin Snake doesn't need to breathe. Yeah, I mean, how else are you gonna do all those backflips?
You got a gas mask. Good. That is a double eyepiece type. Be careful. Unlike the transparent shield type, it will restrict your field of vision. It is equipped with a voice emitter, so do not worry about not being heard. The outside is made of reinforced plastic, and the inside is made from an acetate weave. Also, the eyepieces are specially treated, so they won't fog up. You will be able to stay in a gas-filled area for a long time with that mask. Use it wisely.
People who have been through war and survived develop a kind of sixth sense to warn them of danger. Trust your instincts as a soldier, as a gamer.
Oh, yeah. Soldier, gamer, same thing, yeah. That's a line that they also give to the boss in MGS3. Oh, then you just have to trust your instincts as a gamer. Okay, he's just talking about random shit right now.
In war, a split second can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Don't ever hesitate. The slower you react, the greater the chance that you'll be beaten. That inner voice that warns you when danger is nearby, you can't learn that in training. You've got to have survived a few firefights, seen a few friends blown away, before you learn that trick.
You can see his calls are pretty similar to what the actual Miller says in Metal Gear 2. I mean, spoilers.
When you're trying to hide, avoid places that look like the enemy might search. Think about how your enemy is going to move, and then sneak in there. It doesn't matter how smart you are, just use your head out there.
It's just funny to me because it makes me think that Liquid did his research.
Snake, divide and conquer. Try to take your enemies on one at a time. In war, a split...
He has more random shit like that to talk about, but it unlocks the different parts of the story. Let's take a look here. Now that we have the gas mask. Let's put this camera. It says here, another detail that's missing from Twin Snakes, by the way. Hal's Labo, keep out. And is that brown or red or? Somebody was like, "Oh, it's blood." The ninja wrote that with the soldier's blood. But no. So this is kind of supposed to give you an idea how Otacon doesn't really at first realize what he's doing with his research, and you know, he was kind of like the spoiled kid who only wants to finish his research and wants to shut himself in his lab. You know, he refers to himself as Ntaku and stuff. Hitman FSZ, thank you for the 16 months. But I don't know, it could be red, it could be brown. This is brownish. Keep out. But yeah, at first Otacon doesn't quite realize the damage and destruction that his research creates, and was kind of trying to they were kind of trying to give you this feeling that he's just kind of like a spoiled kid who only cares about his research. But he does ultimately, you know, regret it. He starts crying over it. He starts, you know, his character development from there. Yeah, they reused that as a concept because people ended up kind of liking Otacon, seeing him more as a victim with the way the game script ended up being. So they did something similar with Jimmy in Ghost Babel. Jimmy is a complete little shit in Ghost Babel for like 90% of the time that you talk to him. And that's just an evolution of that. And also, because of this, because people ended up liking Otacon, seeing more as a victim rather than, somebody who's responsible for it, for Rex and stuff. That's part of why they gave him his fucked up past with his family ninjas too, so that people will look at him differently again. But fucking Jimmy. But Jimmy fucking dies by exploding handcuffs, so that's kind of cool. That's a cool way to go. Redeems himself at the very end. He's like, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Boom. That's fucked up. Exploding handcuffs.
Meryl, what are these holes in the wall for?
That's an air cleaner for blowing tiny particles of dust off people's bodies before they enter the lab.
What are these glory holes in the wall? Maybe we should call Deep Throat. Oh, wait. He's right there. Makes sense, really. Yep, exactly. Then Huey got, his own character twists and developments. So it kind of detracts from it, whatever. So the whole point of this scene is that Snake doesn't get to see what happened here. He's wondering who did it, what happened. That's why, after you see this, he realizes it was a blade that did it, and there's a call with Meryl asking if she did it.
It looks like they were cut by some type of blade.
It would be really dumb if Snake and the player saw it happen with the ninja, and then you still have the call about it with Meryl. But here, Snake hasn't seen the ninja yet. 308 caliber, thank you for the 71 months. Meryl does technically have a knife. She could have done it.
Meryl, this pile of corpses, is this your handiwork?
No way.
I didn't think so.
Who could have done that?
You got me, but he must be somewhere up ahead.
Then I guess you'll just have to go and
Who
find
could have
out.
done that?
What's this pile of corpses? It looks like they were all slashed by some kind of sword.
Couldn't be.
What?
Nothing.
Snake, I'm worried about Emmerich.
You know something, Naomi? Oh, nothing.
Snake, divide and conquer.
No, he's not talking about it. Stash support doesn't give a shit either.
The theory of nuclear deterrence was born during the Cold War. At the time of...
I'm pretty sure we already listened to this one. Oh, there's actually a lot of details in this room. Might seem like it's not much. But, okay, let's let this play first.
It's a ghost.
Now is when you see the ninja. Imagine if you had that call now. Meryl, is this your handiwork? Okay. Well, unfortunately, they did that. This guy who just got impaled, he's actually still alive. He's breathing slowly. But once we come back, the loading screen, whether it's leaving, coming back, or after the ninja fight, he will be dead. He will stop moving. Then we got the other guy who just died in front of Snake. These two guys, the guy who just died and the guy who's still breathing, if we had the thermal goggles, they still give off heat signatures. The others don't. But the real reason for that is that these other guys are part of the background here. The game can only have like 3 or 4 enemies, usually 3, sometimes 4 enemies in screen. These other guys are just blended into the background. They're not rendered in real time, so they don't have heat signature either. But it's a pretty smart way to go about it. So these guys, they all have their cinematic camera angles. Hey, it's Ducacho, the guy who told us about the empty stinger. Yeah, man. It's only those 2 guys, because this guy is still moving, and then he collapses in front of Snake, and that guy is still breathing there. These guys also have that little mess of pixels on their arm. That's actually a Foxhound emblem. Now these guys are not Foxhound, but they are under Foxhound command. So they have that on their arm. Oh, you can see it clearly here. They also have blood on the ceiling. The light that went out on the ceiling. It's interesting to compare this because, you know, there's this, and then there's Twin Snakes, and then there's MGS4. MGS4 is the version of this room. And guess which one is the most detailed? You have this guy with the SOCOM here. It's the only other SOCOM in the game. Only other SOCOM pistol. It doesn't have a suppressor though. But it does tell you that these guys have it as a sidearm, I guess. Or it could even be a primary, because that's kind of like the way the Mark 23 was developed to be a primary as well. So maybe we did find Johnny's, I don't know. Then you have the dent in the wall, you have the bullet holes, which look a little big for 5.56, but remember the ninja was deflecting bullets and splitting them, and they're probably tumbling and keyholing and shit, so it's actually not that out of place. And you have, speaking more Twin Snakes details, you know how Snake can tell that the safety is on the FAMAS when Meryl is aiming at him? You can actually see the safety on the FAMAS. So that's the trigger, and that little thing sticking out in front of it is the safety. That's where the safety is in the FAMAS. And it's crazy to think that the pixelated low polygon count model of the FAMAS in MGS1 has the safety on it, while a certain other game, supposedly better graphics, doesn't. There is no fucking safety on the FAMAS and Twin Snakes, and this is just a really good spot to look at it. Well, same thing with the Mark 23. Mark 23 just completely, Twin Snakes just completely fucking destroys it. Then another thing we have here, the control panel for the door is actually destroyed. You can see the ninja breaking it on his way in, and this is a level 4 door. We only have a level 3 card here. If it wasn't for the ninja, we wouldn't be able to even get in there at all. Is it really that simple? Can you just destroy the control panel and open any door? Okay, why doesn't Snake do that then? I don't know. This camera angle of the guy's foot twitching there. I wonder, yeah, some of the less common ones that I don't really think about doing. Camera angles, there's so many of them. Nah, it wasn't Otacon. You can see the ninja slashing the door open, or the control panel. Then the door opens. Damn. It's just a few pixels, but yeah, his rib cage is out.
The ninja. What? That stealth camouflage. It's him. It must be.
Snake, Emmerich's in danger. Hurry and go after him.
Be fine. Nope. Not Master Collection or in PS3. I should put that in the title, but then again, nobody reads the title anyway.
Snake, like Confucius said, the cautious seldom err. If you proceed cautiously, you probably won't make a big mistake. Snake, even after you get used to the mission, don't lose your concentration.
Yeah, we could do side by side PS1 and Twin Snakes, but that's just asking for salt and Cuervo and piss. It's a nice cocktail.
Who are you?
Where is my friend?
What are you talking about? Oh, what next?
Snake.
You're that ninja.
I've been waiting for you, Snake.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. I am back from a world where such words are meaningless. I've removed all obstacles. Now you and I will battle to the death.
What do you want?
I've waited a long time for this day. Now I want to enjoy the moment.
What's with these guys? It's like one of my Japanese animes.
I've come from another world to do battle with you.
What is it, revenge?
It is nothing so trivial as revenge. A fight to the death with you. Only in that can my soul find respite. I will kill you, or you will kill me. It makes no difference. Fine. He can watch from inside there.
I need that man. Keep your hands off him.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
If we don't do any damage, we just fuck around with him for a little bit. Gonna run around with his sword. Obviously, we can't shoot him. He will start talking shit if you try using weapons too much. Rook 04 with the 51. Thank you.
You can't defeat me with a weapon like that.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's a big sword attack that really fucking hurts. Oh, nice. But there is a weapon that works against it. This Jeff grenade will actually stop him. Oof. Oh, come on. He had to finish that animation first. Now we can shoot him and do anything. It's not worth it though. Now he should talk more shit. You can also flip him. He actually goes down on the floor when you do that. Because usually when you flip him, he counter flips himself all over the place. Oh shit! I had to do that to save my life. But I didn't know that it interrupts his dialogue. I guess that makes sense. Get out of here. Oh, that's funny as fuck. Whoa. And it's another tiny little detail on Extreme. His kick combo attack that he does there, on Extreme difficulty, it actually tracks your path. If you move out of the way, it follows you. If you do it on lower difficulties, he just picks a direction and he sticks with it, so you can move out of the way easily. But on Extreme, it tracks you. Like that. Yep. I love these little changes in the AI from the difficulty level. It's so good. I wish more games did that. Anyway, yeah, let's stop fucking around now. Is it also hard? It could be. I don't usually play hard. Usually The extreme.
Make me feel alive again.
Yeah, if you just do damage twice during the first phase, he will move on to the second phase.
Good. Now we can fight as warriors. Hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to
One thing that I know is exclusive to Extreme, though, is that he stays hidden. Oh, fuck. Where the fuck did I try to flip him? He stays hidden when he teleports to do the big punch. He goes invisible. He stays invisible on Extreme. He doesn't do that on Hard, I think. I think this is the most dangerous phase of the fight. You have to stay on him when you avoid this overhead attack, and then when he flips, you follow him around. You have to attack him before he attacks you.
That's good, Snake. Hurry up and catch me.
Also, the amount of time he will wait here before starting to come after you, it will be much faster and Extreme. Sometimes it's better to just wait while crouching, but he does this jump again instead of his other attack. It's much easier to avoid.
Like old times. I've been waiting for this pain.
Okay, now that he's moving around slowly, we can fuck around with Otacon a little bit. He's in here. It's a little hard to hear, but there you go. It's like directional. He stays invisible there. He freaks out if you knock on Locker. Ooh, the double teleport. Nice. Fuck that chair. Trying to do something stupid. Oh shit. Ah, fuck it. I was trying to get him with the kick only, so he says that. Doesn't make sense.
Do you remember, Snake? The feel of battle. The clashing of bone and sinew.
I'm so used to picking up that ammo in a hurry. You don't need to right now.
That's good, Snake.
That's cool, all the shit you can destroy here. This is what they do in the trailer, except in the trailer they have 9,999 ammo. Just destroy this computer. That we prevent MGS4 from happening. Also, we have a PS1 here. We'll be taking a look at after the fight, I guess. Fuck that chair. He hates the chairs. You had the Police Knots posters here. Both of these. This one has Kojima's picture on it. The ghost picture. Yeah, completely. Yeah, I'm sure it's not a PS1. Oof. You hit the chair. do some calls here.
If you have a question about members of Foxhound, you should ask Naomi.
I'm sorry, but there's no one in Foxhound like that.
There's people who would argue that's not a PS1, but a Sega Saturn.
Psychomantis,
Okay.
Cyber Wolf, Vulcan Raven, Decoy Octopus, Revolver Ocelot, and finally Liquid Snake. The Genome soldiers under his command are next-generation special forces. Foxhound is intended to be a small number of highly elite, hand-picked soldiers.
You're talking about the current Foxhound, right?
Yes.
Snake, who or what is that thing? Is he an enemy or not?
That's what I'd like to know. Naomi, you really don't have any idea?
Maybe I should ask you the same thing.
What?
Nothing. Forget about it.
Yeah, he does some weird shit when he teleports. If you flip him, he like teleports mid-flip sometimes. Oh shit. I'm dangerous. And he ends up somewhere completely different. But I guess we gotta do it before he teleports. And like that. Ooh, that was weird. Why the fuck would there be a Sega Saturn here? Are you guys fucking blind? Maybe you're trolling, I don't know. Clearly it's a PS1. Oh, that was trippy, man. It also blew my mind when I realized that I could flip him if you use a chaff grenade. It took me years to figure out that if you flip him now, he actually does end up down on the ground. And he has this animation to get up, which you don't see a lot. The reason that it's a darker color is because it's one of those, what are they called? Net Euros development kits. It's a developer PS1. But it's unclear whether it's a gray console with a white controller or a black console with a gray controller. Either way, it's different. Fuck the chair. Hey, May. I guess it's morning time again. Good morning. Let's destroy this one. There you go. When I say that he really hates the chairs, he specifically goes there. Do some research. What can I say? It's a darker color PS1. The real question you should be asking is, what makes you think it's a fucking Sega Saturn in a PS1 game with a PS1 controller? Oh man, that's the actual hilarious thing. It's just a question of which model of PS1 it is, not if it's a PS1. Anyway. We haven't done the rest of the calls. Luckily there's this last phase here.
Look at him move. He must have some kind of powered exoskeleton.
Powered exoskeleton? You mean like prosthetic arms and legs?
No. Prosthetics are
Oh man, if people would argue that that's not a PS1, people would argue literally anything.
far stronger than any normal human. He is
It's amazing.
cyborg, a cybernetic organism.
So he's half machine, huh?
I heard rumors about the experiments, but I had no idea that such a creature really existed.
Alright, stop the presses. Everybody go inform every single person who's ever talked about how this is a PS1. And every review, article, magazine ever in history in the last 25 years. And tell them, I think that's Sega Saturn. Sorry. I think you should correct the rest of the world. This is pure fucking insanity, man. But it does open my eye a little bit as to how people will argue literally anything. Oh fuck! Even the most obvious shit. So sometimes you're just wasting your time, you know, arguing with people.
He's just playing with you. Why don't you try throwing away your weapons?
Fuck. I think it's probably even the official strategy guide as well. I'm pretty sure it is, actually.
Snake, he's obviously trying to provoke you.
Are you talking about that guy in the chat, Colonel?
Snake, he's obviously trying to provoke you.
The Colonel knows what you guys are doing. Did we really do all the quality? I think. Meryl, maybe?
Ninja? I've never heard of any member of Foxhound like that. But you're gonna have to do something about him if you want to save Dr. Emmerich.
I think it's a Game Boy.
I built that snake. Do you remember me now?
Can't be. You were killed in Zanzibar. What? Not again. What's happening?
Is it over?
Gray Fox. Colonel, that ninja is Gray Fox. No doubt about it.
Ridiculous. You of all people should know he died in Zanzibar.
No. He should have died, but he didn't.
What?
It happened before I joined Foxhound's medical staff. They were using a soldier for their gene therapy experiments.
I never heard that.
It happened right after you retired. My predecessor, Dr. Clark, was in charge.
Dr. Clark?
Oh shit, 3
He
dogs
started the gene therapy project.
has appeared.
Where is he now?
He was killed in an explosion in his lab 2 years ago.
So what about this soldier?
Whoa, no, we're not doing that.
Apparently, for their test subject, they decided to use the body of a soldier who was recovered after the fall of Zanzibar.
And that was Gray Fox.
But he was already dead.
Yes. But they revived him. They fitted him with a prototype exoskeleton and kept him drugged for 4 years while they experimented on him like a plaything. Today's genome soldiers were born from those experiments.
That's the sickest thing I ever heard.
They used him to test all sorts of gene therapy techniques.
Naomi, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
Because it's confidential information.
Is that the only reason?
But of course. Naomi, what happened to Gray Fox after that?
The record says he died in the explosion.
I see. But even if that ninja is Gray Fox, the question is, why?
From what I could tell, he didn't know who he was.
Are you saying that he's just a mindless robot?
I'm not sure, but he seems intent on fighting me to the death. We'll meet again. I know it.
So you'll fight again? Until you kill him?
I'd rather not. But maybe that's what he wants.
How long are you gonna stay in there?
Are you one of them?
No, I'm not. I always work alone.
Alone? Are you an otaku too?
Come on, get out. We can't stay here forever.
Your uniform is different than theirs.
You're the Metal Gear Chief Engineer, Hal Emmerich, right?
You know me?
I heard about you from Meryl.
Oh, so you're here to rescue me?
Sorry, but no. There's something that I've got to do first.
Oh. Well, at least you're not one of them.
Huh. Are you hurt?
I'm okay. I just twisted my ankle a little bit trying to get away.
Well, if that's all, it's nothing to worry about. I want to ask you something. I need information about Metal Gear.
Huh? Metal Gear?
Yeah. What's Metal Gear really designed for?
It's a mobile TMD. It's designed to shoot down nuclear missiles. Only for defensive purposes, of course.
Liar. I already know that Metal Gear is nothing but a nuclear-equipped walking deathmobile.
Nuclear? What are you talking about?
The terrorists are planning to use Metal Gear to launch a nuclear missile. You telling me you didn't know?
They're gonna put a dismantled warhead into Metal Gear's TMD missile module?
Wrong.
Very likely Unicorn Snake.
The purpose of this exercise was to test Metal Gear's nuclear launch capability using a dummy nuclear warhead. The terrorists are just continuing the work you started.
No, you're wrong.
I heard it directly from your boss, Baker.
No. A nuclear missile on Rex?
So you really didn't know?
No. All the armament was built by a separate department, and the President personally supervised the final assembly of the main unit.
President Baker?
Yeah. I was never told exactly what they armed Rex with. I only know it's equipped with a Vulcan cannon, a laser, and a railgun.
A railgun, you said?
Yeah. It uses magnets to fire bullets at extremely high velocities. The technology was originally developed for the SDI system and later scrapped. We were successful in miniaturizing it, in a joint venture between ArmsTech and Rivermore National Labs. The railgun is on Rex's right arm.
Metal Gear's main function is to launch nuclear missiles. You sure you're not forgetting something?
It's true that Metal Gear has a missile module on his back that can carry up to 8 missiles, but are you saying it was originally meant to carry nuclear missiles?
Yeah, but that's not all I think. If Metal Gear fired only standard nuclear missiles, then they should already have all the practical data they need.
No. Could it be? Metal Gear's co-developer, Rivermore National Labs, was working on a new type of nuclear weapon. They were using NOVA and NIF laser nuclear fusion testing equipment and supercomputers.
So they developed a new type of nuclear weapon in a VR testing lab, huh?
Yes, but you can't use virtual data on a battlefield. They would need actual launch data. These are some
Moldy
of the
told
supercomputers.
Barone, thank you for the 30
If you link
months.
these, you can test everything in a virtual environment. But it's all just theoretical.
So this exercise was designed to test the real thing.
What did our president do? If the terrorists launched that thing... Damn! Damn! I'm such a fool. It's all my fault. The truth is, my grandfather was part of the Manhattan Project. He suffered with the guilt for the rest of his life. And my father, he was born on August 6th, 1945.
The day of the Hiroshima bomb. God's got a sense of humor, all right.
3 generations of Emmerich men. We must have the curse of nuclear weapons written into our DNA. I used to think that I could use science to help mankind. But the one that wound up getting used was me. Using science to help mankind, it's just in the movies.
That's enough crying. Pull yourself together. Where is Metal Gear? Where on this base are they keeping it?
Rex is in the underground maintenance base.
Where's that?
North of the communications tower, but it's a long way there.
The emergency override system for the detonation code is there too?
Yeah, in the maintenance base control room. You'd better hurry. If they were planning a launch from the start, then their ballistic program is probably finished. And since they haven't called for me in a few hours, they must not need me. In other words, they must be ready to launch.
Meryl's got the detonation code override keys. We'll link up with her.
If we can't override the launch, we'll have to destroy Rex. I'll show you the way.
On that leg of yours, you'll just slow me down.
You'll need me if you're gonna destroy Rex.
I don't need you. I just need your brain.
I created Rex. It's my right, my duty to destroy him.
If you get a chance, try to escape. When the coast is clear, I'll contact you by codec.
How am I supposed to escape from an island?
Okay.
So what then?
I want you to hide somewhere and keep me informed. You know this place well, don't you?
Of course I do. And don't worry, I've got this. It's the same stealth technology as the Ninja. Foxhound was gonna use them, but with this I'll be fine. Bad leg and all.
Good. But I want Meryl to watch after you too.
Meryl, the engineer's okay.
That's a relief.
I want you to look after him. Where are you now?
Very close.
There she is! Over there!
Oh no! Damn, they've spotted me!
Meryl, what happened?
Something's wrong.
Did you hear something? Wasn't that some kind of music?
What did she look like?
She was wearing the same green uniform as the terrorists.
A disguise?
She had such a cute way of walking. She kind of wiggles her behind.
You were really looking.
Well, she's got a very cute behind.
Way of walking, huh?
If she's disguised as the enemy, you'll have to contact her when she's alone, huh? There's only one place where we can be sure she's by herself.
Where's that?
Don't be so dense. Here, use this security card. It's security level 4.
You're not in pain, are you?
Huh?
You feel okay? Nothing bothering you?
What's wrong? Getting all friendly all of a sudden.
No, nothing. I'm glad you're okay.
You're strange.
I'm a little nervous. Everyone else I've saved suddenly dies.
You're bad luck.
Forget it, Doctor.
Call me Otacon.
Otacon?
It stands for Otaku Convention. And Otaku's a guy like me who likes Japanimation. Japan was the first country to successfully make bipedal robots. They're still the best in the field of robotics.
And Japanese cartoons played some part in that?
They did. I didn't get into science to make nuclear weapons, you know.
That's what all scientists say.
I became a scientist because I wanted to make robots like the ones in the Japanese animes. Really, it's true.
Just sounds like a childish excuse to me.
You're right. We have to take responsibility. Science has always thrived on war. Greatest weapons of mass destruction were created by scientists who wanted to be famous. But that's all over now. I won't take part in murder anymore.
Whatever. All I want from you is information.
Sure. I know everything about this whole base. Ask me anything about Rex or about this place. Also, with this stealth camouflage, I can sneak in and out of the armory and mess hall. If you need ammo or rations, just tell me and I'll bring them to you. I'm on frequency 141.12. See you later.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Hold on. We're trying to switch streamers, but I'm gonna need like I'm gonna need to help Three Dog with something.
Snake, there's an old Chinese saying, a scholar who cherishes the love of comfort is not fit to be deemed a scholar. Einstein said it another way. He said that only a life lived for others is worth living. That's why I entered MIT instead of Princeton or Vassar like my friends. I wanted to do applied physics, not just theoretical stuff. I wanted to make things for people. The Soliton radar system or the Codex system. I just wanted to make something that would be useful for people. I think that it was the same for Dr. Emmerich too. But he was used like a tool, used to make a horrible killing machine. Maybe it would be better if engineers like us just stopped making things. I don't know.
Oof. I am currently experiencing a level of frustration I haven't experienced in a while. Let's just fix this, okay? What are you guys going on about? Are you still arguing about which console that might be? Because... oh, man. Okay. It's a Japanese developer, PS1. Will color me surprised. Of course it's a fucking PS1. But yeah, that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm trying to help Three Dog with his freaking thing. Yeah, no, I gotta help him out. Maybe there's something that we forgot to set, but holy shit. Use the snipping tool. All right. Damn. Why? Okay, I found the problem. We found the problem. Alright guys, sorry. It's not a marathon unless there's some sort of... it's not even a technical difficulty, it's just that we set something on Three Dogs channel for when I stream there, and I thought that we also did it here, for when he streams here, but I don't think we did, so we had to do it now. I'm just trying to give Dog access to the activity feed. he can keep track of what's going on with all that. We should have sorted this out sooner. Fuck it, let's do the rest of these calls while we do that, actually. These are some pretty good calls.
Otacon said that now it's possible to design and test new types of nuclear weapons in a virtual simulation without ever exploding a nuclear device. Is that true?
Yes, it is true. Since the establishment of DART and NEEF early in the 21st century, there has been a wealth of data concerning nuclear fission and fusion. There is also much data accumulated from the nuclear tests conducted over the last 4 decades. With the processing speed of today's supercomputers, they can design a new nuclear weapon through virtual reality computer simulations.
Hey, Malinky, thank you for the 4 months.
In order to collect data for the simulation experiments, they are doing subcritical tests underground. Those are experiments in which they detonate high explosives in proximity to plutonium without setting off a critical chain reaction. They then measure the effect that the shockwave has on the plutonium. By measuring the particles which fly off the surface of the plutonium, they can learn the mass, speed, and distribution of the plutonium particles. The politicians insist that whether it is above ground or below ground, a nuclear test which does not cause a nuclear explosion is not a nuclear test, and therefore does not violate the CTBT. A lot of people do not agree with that interpretation. The first subcritical test was performed on July 2nd, 1997 at the Nevada Nuclear Testing Facility. After that, subcritical testing became extremely common, not only in America, but in Russia countries too. They say that the reason for the tests is to ensure the safety and reliability of the existing nuclear stockpile, but that is nothing more than a flimsy cover story. In reality, the danger of a nuclear weapon exploding accidentally decreases over time. It is clear that the real reason for these tests is to aid in the development of new types of nuclear weapons. Even the government admits that the data collected from those tests is used in virtual reality simulation tests. That is amazing. Dr. Emmerich's father participated in the Manhattan Project? That was the secret World War II project responsible for the creation of the first atomic bomb. It had a huge budget, something like $2 billion. They brought in 120,000 of the best and brightest scientists and engineers to work on it. And we all know how that story ended. In July of 1945, they exploded the first nuclear device at Trinity, followed shortly after by Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Trinity. The world was changed forever that day. Scientists and researchers could no longer pretend that their hands were clean of blood. Afterwards, the leader of the Manhattan Project, J. Robert Oppenheimer, said, "The physicists have known sin, and this is a knowledge which they cannot lose." When Dr. Emmerich designed the new Metal Gear prototype, he thought he was creating a mobile TMD system. He is a very naive man. TMD stands for Theater Missile Defense. They represent a shift in defense priorities from dealing with the threat of ICBMs from the former Soviet Union to dealing with small-scale regional conflicts in the Third World. Current TMD systems work by a combination of THAADs, Theater High Altitude Air Defense, which intercept missiles outside of the atmosphere, and Patriot-type missiles, which intercept missiles within the atmosphere. Dr. Emmerich was planning on them using Metal Gear as a low-atmosphere, mobile missile interceptor unit. There are many in Russia, as well as America, who are opposed to TMD systems because they say that it undermines the spirit of the ABM, the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. And there are also those who say that the ABM Treaty is a dinosaur left over from the Cold War. They argue that the strategy of MAD should be maintained by limiting missile defense systems. There was a big debate over it, but ultimately, under pressure from the defense industry, who is looking to expand into new markets, TMD systems were accepted as an integral part of a modern military arsenal.
Alright guys, I think we're all good. I'm just gonna get this checkpoint here, so we can give the save 3-Dog. And he's not gonna like it because I didn't pick up any stun grenades. I don't know, he'll figure it out.
You called, Snake?
Adam Punk, thank you for the 26 months. It's a meme at this point.
Mei Ling, how did you get into this line of work?
The truth is, I always wanted to become a fighter pilot. I fell in love with jets watching them in the movies.
You'd be surprised how many people say the same thing.
But I didn't want to kill people. That's when I heard that the US Air Force needed people to do BDAs.